Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the Montana Shared Equity Housing Summit. My name is Austin Wallace, and I will be your virtual MC today. I am the Outreach and Advocacy Coordinator for Trust Montana. Just want to let everybody know right off the bat that we will be recording today's session. So if you're interested in receiving a recording, just shoot me or Katie Biggs an email and we can get you a copy. And as we come together for this virtual event, let me make sure my slides work here. Oh yeah. As we come together for this virtual event this morning, we want to acknowledge the land that we're joining in from today. We come together from all corners of the land that we now call Montana. Montana is a traditional homeland and common hunting grounds of many tribes, including the Assiniboine, Blackfeet, Chippewa, Cree, Crow, Gros Ventre, Kootenai, Little Shell, Northern Cheyenne, Pend Oreille, Plains Cree, Salish, Sioux, Hidatas, Mandan, and Arikara. Today, this land continues to be home to 12 sovereign tribes with over 67,000 enrolled members. By recognizing that we are on stolen land and understanding that while the history of colonization and genocide and forced removal cannot be erased, we wish to show respect for the Indigenous people of the past and respect the Indigenous people of today who continue to make this place their home. Today, you'll hear from community land trust and shared equity housing practitioners, private developers, builders, and community members who are all focused on increasing permanently affordable homes and land-based assets across the state. We hope that you will be inspired to ask questions and engage with the speakers who will be presenting today. Now, 2 years into the pandemic, with the housing crisis seeming to only worsen as time goes on, our work as shared equity housing practitioners is more important than ever. And despite the uphill battle that I think organizations across the state face, I think that we have a lot to be proud of from the past year. Our colleagues are tackling housing shortages from Big Sky to Kalispell through community organizing efforts and creative new programs like the Rent Local Incentive Program in Big Sky, the HB Choice Program in Missoula, the Montana Native Home Ownership Coalition, mutual self-help programs, and innovative housing developments like the Housing First Village in Bozeman and resident-owned communities across Montana. Looking into 2022, the year that we're already blazing through, I think it's obvious that everyone's pushing full steam ahead to continue the work of organizing communities and encouraging stakeholders to prioritize affordable housing solutions for Montanans. It's an exciting time to be doing this work. We'd like to say a big thank you to NeighborWorks Montana for sponsoring the summit today. We were able to purchase gift certificates for all the summit, the folks who registered for the summit and are attending. So you should have received a gift certificate in your email today. If you're tuning in from a more rural location in Montana, which is likely many of you, we know that Grubhub doesn't serve all corners of our very rural state. But the next time you're in one of the bigger cities in Montana, please take lunch on us and use your gift certificate. It won't expire for a long time. And also, we are using NeighborWorks Zoom channel to host this summit. So thank you so much, NeighborWorks. And we're getting tech support from Katie Biggs, Director of Operations and wearer of many hats. So if you have questions, feel free to shoot Katie a chat or me throughout the day. So quick housekeeping slide. We've already checked in on the chat with your name, organization, and location. And please keep yourself on mute throughout the sessions and don't hesitate to chime in the chat to ask questions of the speakers throughout today's sessions. We'll have moderators who will bring up your questions to the speakers. And as needed throughout the day, of course, take care of your needs, drink water, walk around, take breaks, do whatever you need to do to take care of yourself throughout the day. I'll just breeze through these agenda slides just to give you a view of what we're doing this morning. We've got our great keynote speaker, then we'll have a break, and then we'll hop into our co-op and CLT housing model discussion. Then we'll break for lunch and head into our afternoon. That's full of awesome sessions with some built-in breaks here. So I know breakout rooms aren't everybody's favorite thing, but we're doing them, guys, and it's going to be awesome, because I think one of the best features of an in-person conference is the networking and relationship building opportunities that we get to have when we get to meet our colleagues from across the state. But of course, now into this era of the pandemic, we just know it's not in everyone's best interest to get together for an in-person conference. So to simulate the coffee talk experience, we'd like to send folks into a series of 3 breakout rooms. You'll be grouped in groups of about 5 folks, and the first breakout room I have like talking points for each room. So you'll start by introducing yourself, your name, organization, your role, and where you're tuning in from, and then also tell your breakout room buddies what is your favorite thing about the location where you live. Then we'll bring everyone together and send folks into different breakout rooms where we'll talk about our highs and lows, which should be fun. What was your accomplishment you're proud of in 2022, and what was a challenge for your organization, or in 2021, last year, and what was a challenge from last year. And then finally, if we have enough time, we'll talk about our goals for 2022. So Katie, I will have you send folks into our first breakout room. Okay, so breakout room number 2, we are going to talk about our highs and lows. So what was an accomplishment your organization is proud of from 2021, and what was a challenge from your organization in 2021? So go ahead, Katie, and send us away. All right, thanks everybody. I'm gonna share my screen again here. Katie, is everybody back from the breakout rooms?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for playing along, everybody. I'm sorry if you got cut off midway through sharing. I just found myself, I'm just so excited. Everybody's here. We have 56 participants from all over the state right now. And all these folks are really interested in the housing work. So I think it's just going to be a great day. And up next is our keynote speaker, Tony Pickett. So Katie, I'll have you make Katie Sherman and Tony co-hosts.
They're already done.
You're so great, thank you. So we'll just have about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come together at 10 o'clock for our keynote speaker. So yeah, all right. We are just about right on time here. So I will go ahead and give a quick introduction before Tony's presentation. So we are absolutely thrilled to have Tony Pickett join us, CEO of Grounded Solutions Network. Tony has over 35 years of professional community development experience, including permanently affordable shared housing development and thought leadership, promoting inclusive housing policies, and expanding the use of community land trusts for racial equity impact. We're honored to have you join us today, Tony. Thank you so much. So now I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm really honored to join you all today, and really appreciate the invitation. And I'm most thankful to all the partners who have been working together to really create this opportunity for collective learning. That is one of the most important tools in our arsenal, is to come together to explore what is working, what isn't working, and what could possibly be opportunity for us to create more scale and impact in the work that we're all doing. I just want to take a moment here at the beginning to recognize some of the partners who've made today possible. Among those, and not limited to them, is Montana Housing, the Montana Cooperative Development Corporation, Foothold Developers, NeighborWorks Montana, and Trust Montana. I'll have a theme during this keynote presentation that I'll talk about a little later, but we are making the progress that we are seeing in shared equity housing possible. And I'll emphasize the we. And along that line, all of us at Grounded Solutions Network are committed to supporting you and all of our members and partners across the country in expanding the scale of shared equity housing. Our collective effort is really targeting nothing less than the creation and preservation of 1 million new homes with lasting affordability over the next decade as part of the solution in addressing the nation's ongoing affordable housing crisis. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later as we get more into the details. But our creation of shared equity housing and lasting affordability really narrows the wealth gap for low and moderate income families. I know I'm preaching to the choir by telling you this, but really doing that, providing them with stable, affordable, quality housing enables them to have more agency over their lives and to pass on wealth to future generations, which is one of the most important aspects of homeownership in this country. I also, here at the beginning, want to just acknowledge that I know these are really extremely trying times for all of us attempting to support families and communities. We're also personally experiencing all the various forms of hardship and trauma that are resulting from the pandemic, along with those families that we're trying to serve. I personally think of and really hold on to the theme of the gospel song, "We Shall Overcome." The we part of that message really resonates in these times when division really seems to be all around us. And it's going to take all of us as the collective we to overcome our immediate and multiple issues and threats. I put together a few slides to kind of organize my thoughts and give you something to look at while I'm talking to you, so I don't just become this talking head. And during my time today, I want to focus my comments on and thoughts on 3 things. The first is just giving some context to the current national situation that underlies our housing work. I think some of you know it well, but others of you may want to hear what does that really look like right now? And then second, a glimpse into some of the types of innovations that we are seeing and we must be considering if we want to scale shared equity housing over the next decade. And then lastly, I want to share with you some idea of the new support that we're already starting to see emerging to really bolster our quest for achieving scale. And thanks to my assistant, Katie Sherman, for running the slides. If we want to advance to the next slide, Katie, that would be great. I want to start off for the context setting portion of my comments with the bad news first. Our great hopes were dashed for gaining more access to dedicated federal funding with Build Back Better. That was through no fault of our own that Build Back Better wasn't approved. We can't control exactly how the votes happen in the Senate, but certainly that is bitterly disappointing to see that kind of outcome and the lack of support that is needed to scale our work and to really support families more generally across the country. All of those things beyond housing that were included in Build Back Better are so necessary right now to help families cope with all of the challenges that they're facing. However, I will say, along with all of our members and partners nationwide, your advocacy and support for Build Back Better was both amazing and powerful. And I know I spoke directly, as well as some of our Grounded Solutions team spoke directly with a number of you and folks in your state rallied around and advocated for Build Back Better along with us. And so that at least was something that I think we want to recognize and celebrate. Although the ultimate victory did not occur, it was nice to see us come together and be able to be effective in advocating for the bill. I would say shared equity as a result of all of that advocacy is now really firmly embedded within the minds of many federal officials and policy makers. We were able to convince the Federal Housing Finance Authority that regulates Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae that shared equity homeownership is a valuable path toward increasing overall access to affordable homeownership. So that was a huge win that emerged out of some of the learning and education and focus that we put around the Build Back Better effort. And again, although we lost access to millions in new federal funding for housing, we gained new allies who can really assist us in reshaping the requirements of some of the existing HUD resources to be better aligned with shared equity. Various coalitions, I will tell you, of national organizations, including Grounded Solutions, are continuing to advocate for policy revisions to support shared equity expansion for CLTs, limited equity co-ops, Habitat for Humanity affiliates, and others. So it was not an effort in vain. We are seeing some real tangible evidence that folks are embracing shared equity now as one of the parts of a solution to the nation's housing crisis. We can move to the next slide. And along the lines of context setting and my comments on the housing crisis, I just wanted to share some of that with you all. I think you know it well. Home values and prices are continuing to rise, largely due to our continuing limited supply of available homes, which is exceeded by ever increasing demand. As one of the data points that illustrates that, census data shows that a little over 12 million American households were formed over the last decade, but just 7 million new single-family homes were produced during that same time period. So there's a big shortfall of the number of homes available for the number of households that were formed during that time. And the home building industry is really struggling to keep pace with demand. And thus our median home price today is just at $350,000, which is unaffordable for millions of families, working families who need homes. Also, the annual rate of home value appreciation is the highest it has been in 45 years. The appreciation trend really has attracted large corporate investors to purchase portfolios of single-family homes that are rented for profit. Investors now account for about 18% of all US home sales, and that number is up from 8% in 2009. So we've seen an exponential increase in private market investors purchasing single-family homes. And that trend means millennials and Gen Z potential home buyers are often outbid or unable to find reasonably priced homes for sale in places that they are working. And so the pandemic has only further added to those challenges by disrupting home building supply chains, leading to material shortages and cost premiums. The only real bright spot in all of that is that now a widespread increase of foreclosures has been avoided for existing homeowners due to government-supported moratoriums and forbearance programs. So those programs are working. We are not seeing a spike in foreclosures at this time. However, the threat of massive foreclosure remains as the pandemic and its various economic disruptions continue unabated at this point. So That's sort of the context that we find ourselves in. And even though it says on this slide that the typical 30-year fixed rate mortgage loan fell below 3%, most of the forecasts anticipate this year seeing those mortgage interest rates rising, and the Fed will likely induce that increase for various broad economic purposes. But again, not the best situation for those of us who want to focus on providing affordable home ownership. We can go to the next slide. And so with that context, I want to shift to talking a little bit about some of the innovation that is happening. And again, within that context of the chronic underproduction of housing and what is needed to fill the over 7 million unit gap in housing needed to actually match the demand, as this slide illustrates. You know, the question is always asked, how is the community development and affordable housing sector responding to the multiple challenges stemming from underproduction? There's no one simple solution. As we all know, multiple strategies are being advanced, ranging from exploration of new home construction materials and methods to revised land use and housing policies. Some of those strategies are being leveraged further in conjunction with our own shared equity model expansion to preserve and extend affordability and the use of public subsidies. One of the examples that I want to share with you is that earlier this month in Williamsburg, Virginia, Habitat for Humanity completed its first 3D printed home. The exterior walls of the home were poured in place by really sophisticated nozzle-shaped printer devices. And the really advantage of that is they were able to lay down 167 one-inch layers of concrete in just 28 hours. And kind of picture that in your mind. It's this nozzle device that's attached to the end of a traditional concrete pumping method, but it is actually really putting down a very precise computer-controlled pattern. And to be able to complete the exterior wall construction of the house in 28 hours is an amazing progress in terms of sophistication in construction technique, because that is in contrast to the traditional stick build method, which takes approximately on average 4 weeks of time to complete. So with the 3D printing method, there's a significant construction time and cost savings, which ends up actually being about 15% less per square foot than the traditional method. So really innovating in terms of home construction technique is also part of our innovation that is needed to meet the challenge of being able to produce homes faster or lower cost, just off the bat. Also, I just want to highlight in Durham, North Carolina, our Grounded Solutions member, Durham Community Land Trustees, using support from our partners at NeighborWorks America, is adding density to existing residential neighborhoods with accessory dwelling units. The ADUs, as they're known, really are providing, in that case, a dual benefit by increasing affordable rental options and increasing CLT homeowners' wealth building potential derived from the monthly rent of the ADU. In that case, both the ADU, which is a rental set up in the yard of the CLT homeowner's house and subsidized, both the main home, which is a CLT home, and the ADU remain permanently affordable. So we're really using dual approaches there, solving for some of the rental affordability need, as well as providing additional wealth creation for the CLT homeowner. And that's really important because, as some of you have probably heard me say many times in these conversations, data proves that shared equity homeownership really generates wealth for families. And on average, a CLT or shared equity program family, really the tenure that they stay in the home is on average 5 to 7 years. And they're able to gain enough limited equity within that period. Our data shows that a majority of them, at least 60%, are able to then transition to a traditional market rate unsubsidized home. So we all understand that that is the great benefit of shared equity homeownership, being able to create that upward economic mobility that families need and want, and be able to also preserve that housing resource as an affordable home for another family to gain the same type of upward mobility. In some local jurisdictions, land use policies are being revised to allow for ADU additions, which are also subsidized by those same local municipalities. So if we're talking about innovation in our space, that's the kind of thing that's needed to scale our work and address the estimated shortfall of over 7 million homes today. We can go on to the next slide. Thank you. This slide is really to capture for you and put it in focus what's happening within our Grounded Solutions membership. We're, of course, as I said earlier, challenging each other to increase the scale of our collective affordable housing preservation and production work over time. Our survey data shows, and you're seeing it on this slide, that currently, on average, a majority of our member organizations added only 14 new units in 2020. And again, if you compare that to the shortfall of homes needed to meet the demand of over 7 million, it would take a long time at that rate of growth for our current membership to really make a dent in that 7 million home shortfall. So in order to really support more production at scale, our Grounded Solutions team is really focused on multiple avenues. As you know, along with you, we're advocating for additional resources. We're revising public policy and the mortgage regulatory environment. We're providing training and collective learning to increase the capacity of our members to use, and this is new. I want to be very clear about something in particular that we're working on right now, and that is to increase our members' understanding and ability to access social impact financing for land acquisition. Right now, we are pursuing studies that will determine which markets are suitable to pilot some type of real estate acquisition fund that will allow members in specific pilot markets to actually proactively buy real estate, reposition it over time as shared equity home ownership opportunities, and thus add to their portfolios. We're in essence trying to get out ahead of the market competition of those private investors who I mentioned earlier that are increasingly accessing our real estate market and preventing families from achieving home ownership. So I just wanted to kind of touch on that to let you know that's the baseline that we're working from. We've got to increase the average number of units that our members are able to produce on an annual basis. We go to the next slide. I just wanted to give you an idea of the kinds of partnerships that Grounded Solutions has forged in the effort to scale our work. For example, as you're kind of seeing on this slide, we're working across a variety of partners right now, spanning from the National League of Cities to Fannie and Freddie, as most of you know, NeighborWorks, certainly, Habitat for Humanity, and the Center for Community Progress. And as some of you are aware, the Center for Community Progress is our counterpart, peer national network of municipal land banks. They are able to secure sometimes tax delinquent or blighted property in communities and reposition that for public benefit. We've been able to partner with them in a number of places, most notably in Houston, Texas. The Houston Community Land Trust is partnered with the Houston Land Bank and really accessing their property inventory to create new shared equity home opportunities. So that is another way in which we can increase production and the size of shared equity portfolios over time. I just want to highlight also for you all that this week we launched a relatively new effort in partnership with Citibank and the National League of Cities to pilot an expanded use of our Grounded Solutions online help desk resource. Hopefully, most of you are aware we have what we call an online help desk. There's a little email address. And if you don't have it, let me know. I can make sure that the organizers of this event have access to that and can share it with you all. But you can lob in questions that you may have about how to implement shared equity, or what types of policies or what kind of trends and case studies we might suggest to support ideas that you may have for bolstering support for shared equity in your own local situations. So you can lob those in, and our commitment is that within 24 hours, you will receive a response to your question. If not in writing, we will set up an appointment for you to talk with one of our staff experts or connect you with someone within our network who can address your question. In this case, the expanded use includes a group of qualifying cities who will be able to receive a 6-week technical assistance focused evaluation of their existing local housing policy landscape. And we'll be determining whether they are aligned or misaligned with our goal for lasting affordability. The evaluation will cover things like land disposition policies and practices in the local jurisdiction, funding and financing policies and practices, development incentives and requirements, and property taxation practices. So helping you all to determine what is necessary to move the needle on those various aspects is part of that effort. That is offered now through the National League of Cities. I will say that one of the qualifying criteria for those particular locations is that at least 40% of their population qualify as BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color. We want to have some racial equity impact, and that is one of the requirements that's associated with this first round of pilot support of that nature through our help desk. Doesn't mean it will remain fixed in that way forever, but we just are trying to get a gauge on how that might work and what kind of outcomes we might see from that kind of partnership. We're continuing to work closely with a growing number of national partners beyond just these to provide greater philanthropic support to benefit our network members and our various initiatives leading to scale. We can go to the next slide. And you're seeing there just a sample of some of the national funders who are currently supporting our work at Grounded Solutions that will hopefully be shaped to benefit you all as members of our network over the next several years. Those funders really now include, for the first time, support from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And I just want to sort of pause for a minute to share that the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation really has been tremendous in terms of their understanding of the connection of housing and the built environment to the social determinants of health. Robert Wood Johnson's focus is on increasing what they call health equity, making sure that all class levels, all racial identities in our country have access to quality health care and are achieving health benefits. So they really see providing stable, long-term, if not permanently affordable housing as a viable path to increasing health equity across the nation. So we've gotten a 3-year commitment from Robert Wood Johnson, and we'll be working through our existing programs and really tools and resources to use their support to, again, benefit you all, our members on the ground. In addition to Robert Wood Johnson, we now have first-time multi-year funding commitment from JP Morgan Chase Foundation, as well as continuing additional support from the Wells Fargo Foundation, the Meyer Memorial Trust in Oregon, the Kresge Foundation, and the Colorado Health Foundation, as well as I mentioned earlier, Citi Bank in the form of their City Community Development entity. A couple things in relation to that support I just want to flag is it's Wells Fargo who is actually supporting our partnership with the Center for Community Progress to access municipal land banking, really seeing that again as a path to increase scale. Colorado Health Foundation, similar to Robert Wood Johnson, Social Determinants of Health is the primary vehicle there. And Citibank is really seeing this need to create a more equitable economy, giving more people access to homeownership to really increase their financial self-sufficiency. So a number of these folks are all coming at this for various reasons, but again, it's nice to see them coalescing around our network as one of the means to address the nation's housing crisis, as well as to create more economic opportunity for low moderate income families nationwide. I will say to you, we've got additional fundraising and cultivation efforts planned for this year that support our 10-year vision for lasting affordability. And those are really focused on further expansion of our multiple, and we're calling them now signature programs for capacity building and technical assistance services. Those will include for you our Training Institute online, as I said earlier, where it's applicable, the Catalytic Land Cohort, which is the land bank, land trust, shared equity partnership that I was talking about earlier, and continuing and expanding our shared equity and inclusionary housing policy research and data collection. If you haven't already been contacted by our research and data team, you will be tapped this year because we are planning to update our shared equity census. We've been able to, over the last several years, benchmark a number of characteristics about the shared equity sector, not just community land trust, but limited equity co-ops, deed restricted programs, all the various forms of shared equity. And we've received funding support to do an update to that. So we'll be reaching out to all of you, as well as others across the country, to update our data and again, create a benchmark for what the real core characteristics of the shared equity housing sector look like at this juncture, to be able to shape our strategies and our plans for further scale going forward. I want to go to the next slide. If you haven't already heard about it, I'm excited to share that we're planning a return of our in-person national convening this year. And I hope that you all will plan to join us here. It'll be here with me in Washington, D.C., May 9th through the 11th. And we'll be showcasing the work of many of our local D.C. metropolitan area members, as well as strategic partners like NeighborWorks and others, while providing you with direct access to federal agency leaders and lawmakers for the advocacy that we need to command more resources and attention to be focused on shared equity. And so, as we've noted, there are several large-scale national convenings that are being planned for the next few months. We're monitoring those. We're quite aware of the surge in the latest variant. Is really probably cause for alarm for most of you, but we will have appropriate protocols in place. And again, we'll monitor the situation. If it's necessary, we'll shift from in-person to an all virtual format for the convening. It's not until May, so we're hopeful that this latest surge will abate by then and allow us to convene with appropriate protocols in place. I want to stop sharing slides at this point. Can you put me back? Yeah, there we go. So you can see me and I can see you. You know, I want to kind of sum up my comments here to say that as a CLT practitioner myself, I know firsthand how difficult, challenging, and at times stressful, even painful, our work can be. But I also know that when we make progress, it means seeing the success families have in being able to achieve and pursue their dreams of homeownership. That is one of the really huge takeaways and motivations that I derive from doing this work. It really signals that progress is real when you see those families and the looks on their faces when they become homeowners, and even after they are homeowners for some period of time, all of the benefits that they're achieving in having stable, affordable housing to overcome all of their obstacles. And right now, that's even more important than ever. And again, back to my reference earlier to We Shall Overcome, I also focus on one particular word in the verse of that song, someday. I've talked about it and I've written about the need for patience in doing this work. It's a challenge for me. I know it's a challenge for all of us as we see even more urgent needs consistently rising around us all. But I would just urge everyone to be as patient as possible with yourselves at times. It takes time and a lot of effort to move the needle on this work. And so I'm committing to being here along with my Grounded Solutions team as we work through all of those challenges and difficulties, and to celebrate some of the wins that we see with each other as well. I was here, I didn't participate, but I know you had a couple of breakout sessions on sort of some of the challenges and wins that you all saw last year. And I hope that celebrating the wins far outweighs the challenges. And if not, you need to let me know, and we need to work on some of these things together. I also just want to say how much I, like you all, miss seeing folks in person. So if there's any way possible for you to join us at the conference here in DC, and if we need to be creative in finding resources to help some of you make that possible, we're open to that as well. But I also look forward to the day that I can join you all in Montana. I've never been to Montana before. I've been many places doing this work, both here in the US and internationally. but I have not made it to Montana. So that's on my bucket list of things to do. So I would love an opportunity to visit you all, learn more about your work, and to be able to share some of the thoughts and ideas that I've been able to pick up along the way. One thing I just want to say before I'm done is that I just want to appreciate Michael Brown. I see he's participating in this event. Michael Brown has known me since my introduction to this work. I believe the first time we met Michael was likely in Albuquerque, New Mexico in 2010, when I was the newly appointed leader of a community land trust in Atlanta, Georgia, meeting people from across the country for the first time who were doing this work. And Michael and I both had no idea then that I would ever end up being the CEO of the network. We were both just participants in that conference. And I also want to say that that means there's an opportunity for one of you one day to be the leader of this network. It will not be me forever leading this work. Someone is going to come after me, and I'm doing my best to set the stage for that person's success. So don't just join these events thinking that someone else is going to lead the charge, because one day that someone could be you. I certainly had no idea that would happen, but I feel as though I'm well prepared because of things that I learned from Michael Brown and all of his colleagues at Burlington Associates, and all of my colleagues across our network over the years. That's been invaluable to me as I've gained the confidence to be able to talk about the work from firsthand experience and to chart a path for the future growth of the work according to a vision that's shaped by my practical knowledge of doing work on the ground. And as many of you know, I'm not one of those people who feels there's only one way to victory in the shared equity world. I think everyone needs to shape our models to their local preferences, needs, and priorities. If it doesn't look like anybody else's across the country, that's okay, as long as it's working well in your context for the needs of the communities that you're trying to serve. So I'm here, I'm open to all of those variations, and really just want to be able to support your success in whatever way I can. I want to apologize. I didn't do a great job of timing this. I probably have more time than I have taken at this point, but I'm happy to stick around until the top of the hour. If you all want to ask some questions or just have a conversation, if you want to post some things in the chat, we can have time to talk and interact that way too. I will tell you, I'm not one of those people who likes to just talk one way. I like to have a two-way, an active, interactive conversation with folks, and I don't get to do that much in this context. So if you want to do that, I'm here to do that as well.
That's great. Thank you so much, Tony. I would give you a round of applause. We were all together. We so appreciate your perspective. And it does look like there is a question in the chat already. Folks, if you have other questions, please feel free to write them down. But we have a question from Dave Brown, who asked, in the Build Back Better Act, how much do you think Montana may have seen to help our communities, considering majority of the population lives in areas not in Montana? And he says, thanks for speaking, by the way.
Yeah, well, it's hard to discern since I don't think we got far enough in the actual implementation process of that. But I can tell you a couple things. One of the key pieces that we were successful in getting interwoven into Build Back Better was a $500 million set aside specifically to support shared equity expansion across the country. HUD was to be the administrator of those funds, and what was likely to happen in our discussions with HUD and the federal lawmakers is there would have been a competitive process. So there would be partnerships between nonprofit shared equity organizations and local jurisdictions. And dependent upon what they proposed as far as leveraging the funds, what the impact of the funds would be, that would determine sort of who would be successful in that competition. So there was still some open-endedness about how those funds would be allocated. It was not like on a state-by-state basis. It was more of the competitive process. So it depended upon what partnerships would be brought to bear from the state and local level, and again, what the sort of potential impact or outcome we were going to see from those proposals that would determine who was selected in that competition. I do want to say that beyond that, there was an exponential increase in Build Back Better for existing home, community development block grant programs, all of the things that have traditionally supported nonprofit affordable housing providers in doing their work. So we're anticipating an across the board benefit to every state in the country. But again, none of that is coming to fruition. And one of the really big challenges on the horizon that's kind of related to that is the fact that a number of deputy director positions at HUD remain vacant today. The Senate has not confirmed the Biden administration's appointment of those folks. There are a number of folks, I believe about 6 of them at last count, who are needed in key positions to be able to make decisions at HUD, even for their existing funded programs. And those folks are not currently in place. So Secretary Marcia Fudge over there at HUD is really working at a handicap without having people that she and the administration have selected because of their expertise to administer the program. So I'll be reaching out to you all probably within the next weeks to kind of talk about advocacy that we need to bring to bear to get some of those folks confirmed so that at least even the status quo can be maintained. I'm deeply concerned about that, along with many other national affordable housing advocacy organizations across the country, and we've got to see some movement on that. I do see a question about a potential for a smaller shared equity affordable housing bill. I would say right now there's little appetite and attention that is being focused on it because of the voting rights push that's on right now. It boggles the mind sometimes, at least in my case, that we're having these kinds of debates and conversations. But until some of the dust settles around the voting rights legislative push, there's an unwillingness to kind of insert other issues that might peripherally impact gaining the kind of support for voting rights that's needed to get passage of that. And again, I'm deeply concerned about that, along with, I'm sure, many of you, in terms of making sure that, again, it's not just housing that folks need, but the basic rights of democracy are really at risk in this really precarious time. When I see a question, what equity exactly does shared equity refer to? Really, it's the same equity that a traditional market rate homeowner has access to. It is the value, the appreciation that builds up in homes over time. Again, when real estate appraisals are done, they're benchmarked to a particular point in time, and the market determines the value and the price that is set for selling a home. And in our shared equity programs, that appreciation, the share that can be paid to a homeowner who decides to sell is capped. Traditionally, that's done through the use of a resale formula, which If you haven't participated in it, our online training institute offers several sessions around designing resale formulas. You can learn more about the intricate process of that. But again, the equity is really the appreciation in the home value over time. That tends to trend upward, but there are certain economic instances, like during a recession, where that can actually trend downward for some short period of time. So we're having to account for not only the appreciation upwards in the good times, but some leveling and adjusting of appreciation that may not happen during the bad times when we design those resale formulas. Yeah, Aaron has a question. It says, it seems like 3D printing is promising for affordable housing, but wondering if environmental impacts are similar to traditional building methods. I don't know the answer to that question, but I think it's very astute of you to really kind of point out there's a connection between all of this and our need to really do a better job of stewarding the environment as much as we are stewarding homes for families. Certainly, we're aware of and actually making plans around doing a better job of connecting our work to work around climate impacts and resiliency. I believe our partners at Smart Growth America are really leading some of that effort, and I'm going to invite them to join us at our conference to kind of talk about the connection of their work and ours as well. So we'll have an opportunity to talk more in depth about that at the conference in DC, or we'll do that virtually again if conditions don't allow us to meet in person. So it'll be an opportunity to learn more about that.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Tony. I think we'll pause here to, oh, hold on one second. There's one last question. There's a large Muslim, before we break, I just wanna answer this last question. There's a large Muslim community where I live. Can anyone share resources on Islamic financing and shared equity housing cooperatives?
Yeah, we do have some folks on the team who've had some exposure to that and some experience with it. If you don't mind, if you would send me an email message with that question, I'll connect you with the members of our team who can be more helpful to you than I can about that, because I have not had a direct interaction or knowledge around that, but we do have folks on the team who have.
Awesome.
Oh, wait, there was one more. Which
yeah, one more.
Yeah, one more. I'm happy to take that. The biggest troubles with the lending industry, it is really their lack of commitment and alignment to supporting shared equity. They view it as a risk, much more so than their traditional market rate lending, which baffles us because we have data that proves it's not. And so we've been pushing on Freddie and Fannie to really be more explicit about requiring lenders and really incentivizing them to do a better job of supporting shared equity financing. One of the things that's happening, and has been happening for years, is most of the lenders who are doing shared equity transactions are holding those loans in their portfolios on their balance sheet. They're not really well positioned, and the regulations aren't really aligned to allow them to sell those loans as they would others on the secondary mortgage market. And again, our work with Freddie and Fannie under their Duty to Serve initiative has been trying to do a better job of aligning regulations and coming up with some incentives for lenders to be able to sell those loans on the secondary markets, so they don't have to hold them in portfolio. They don't have to count them on their balance sheets, which is their biggest concern about the risk, is the fact that they have to carry them as an unmet obligation until the loan is paid off. So again, if we could just really convince Freddie and Fannie to do more in terms of that, really aligning the mortgage industry to shared equity, that would be, I think you would see some great benefit to that on the ground immediately. One opportunity that I want to talk about and be sure to mention is that most recently, and I think as many of you may know, Freddie and Fannie are regulated by an entity called FHFA, is the acronym, Federal Housing Finance Administration. And FHFA recently rejected 3-year duty to serve plans that both Freddie and Fannie submitted for their review, and said that they need to do more for underserved markets, and we're counted in shared equity under underserved markets. They need to do more. So we are working with our longtime partners at Freddie and Fannie to incorporate additional provisions into those plans that could, again, help advance the speed of aligning the mortgage sector with our shared equity needs. So I want to say it's an ongoing process. It's complicated, of course, but the fact that the regulators of Freddie and Fannie are recognizing that they need to do more and compelling the GSEs, as they're called, to do more, could work to our advantage very quickly. All right, well, hopefully, Austin, if you all can capture these additional questions from the chat, I'm happy to send along some written responses. And if folks, again, want to just reach out to us at Grounded Solutions directly, we always welcome that as well.
Absolutely, I will do. Thank you so much. We so appreciate your time, Tony. Thank you for Tony and Katie. Sherman, thank you so much for joining us today. We will now pause, and we'll just get ready for our next session, which is Co-op CLT Housing Models, a panel discussion with Davey from MCDC and Termina from Trust Montana. So once again, thank you, Tony.
Thank you all. It's great to see you all today, and I hope we get to meet in person soon.
Absolutely. Yeah, we look forward to the conference in May. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
So let's see, I will go ahead and share my screen, Katie. We'll take a short break, like I said, and we will come back with our session on co-op CLT housing models at 11. And yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for sticking with us this morning. We really appreciate it. All right, it's 11 o'clock, so we'll just get started with our next session. I'd like to introduce Davey Madison, the program director of the Montana Cooperative Development Center, and Ermina Arold, my wonderful boss at Trust Montana, who will be talking to you this morning about co-op and CLT housing models. I'll let you both take it away.
Thanks, Austin. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. We're really excited to bring everybody together and put our brains together. And I was personally really inspired by Tony's talk, especially his mention of patience and the importance of having patience, because lately I don't feel like I have any when we're talking about how to get more housing to be permanently affordable in Montana. So I asked Davey and Kaya Peterson from NeighborWorks to join me today on this session, kind of as part of our effort at Trust Montana to look at ways of expanding our reach and leveraging the limited resources that we all have in the state for housing. And one of the things that always kind of comes up for me in conversations I've had for the last decade working in this field is that there aren't really co-op housing projects. I think there's one right now in Hamilton, and we want to make more happen, and we would love to do it with a community land trust. And for some reason, we've just never gotten there. And I think it would be really cool to just put all of our brains together and try to talk through some of the issues with this potential model. And both Davey and Kaya have a lot more experience with the cooperative style models than I do. So with that, see if I can figure out how to move my slides forward. So just to start us off with an overview, because I know not everybody on this call is a community land trust expert. A community land trust is a nonprofit that holds land for the benefit of the community. Individuals, families, or businesses own the improvements only, and they lease the land under the improvements. And we do that so that we can preserve the affordability of those improvements, ensuring that the subsidy invested in the home is preserved with a ground lease that restricts the resale price. Right now, someone might want to interrupt me and tell me if they know the exact number, but it keeps changing, but we have over 200 community land trust homes in Montana. We just added one at Trust Montana last Monday, so that's always really exciting. And on a national level, community land trust homeowners are 10 times less likely to enter foreclosure than market rate homeowners in the US. We like to yell that from the rooftops, especially when we talk to lenders who are concerned about the risk of taking on a community land trust loan. And with that, I want to pass it over to Davey to talk about the basics of a co-op. Since we're talking about kind of merging these two different types of shared equity models, I think it's important that we just go over the basics. And I think Davey logged on. Davey, are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, awesome.
Okay, so just so everyone online is aware, we are actually in the middle of our Montana Council of Cooperatives meeting, and we have about 20 some people in the room right now. So I'll be kind of talking to them at the same time I'm talking to you. These are all people who belong to cooperatives, work for cooperatives, or on the board of cooperatives. So this will be kind of redundant for them, but hopefully helpful for people online. I should introduce myself, I suppose. So I'm Davey Madison. I'm the program director for the Montana Cooperative Development Center. We're an economic development organization that uses the cooperative model for community and economic solutions. I'm based out of Helena, but we serve statewide. So we serve all 56 counties and all 7 reservations. And basically what we do is we help develop new cooperatives, and we help support operating cooperatives as well. We really strongly believe in cooperatives and what they stand for. And as you guys can see on the screen, cooperatives are, at the end of the day, they are a business, but their first directive is not for profit, it's for service of its members. A cooperative is owned by its members, and they all have an equal vote on voting in their board and making business decisions. So it's a very democratic business model that can be found throughout the world. There are literally millions of cooperatives across the world, and they all kind of follow these 7 cooperative principles. So I'll briefly run through those so everyone, we're all operating from the same page. So the first principle is that it is open and voluntary membership. And what we mean by that is that you cannot discriminate based on age, sex, religion, etc. It doesn't mean that everyone can become a member of a cooperative. There are membership requirements, but it can't be based on something inherent to a person. The second is democratic member control, which is extremely important when we're talking about cooperatives. So every person who is a member is also an owner, and every owner gets 1 vote in the process of the cooperative. The third is members' economic participation. And obviously, if you're owning a business, you want your business to succeed. So it is important that if you are a member of a cooperative, you are thinking about using the services or purchasing from your cooperative first for whatever that is. The fourth principle is they are autonomous and independent, meaning that no outside investor, no outside entity can come over and take over a cooperative unless the cooperative basically dissolves and is no longer a cooperative. The fifth principle is education. It is actually in our state law that all cooperatives should put aside money to educate the community and other businesses on what cooperatives do, how they work, and the importance of them. That's actually something that's written into our law, but that is something that cooperatives across the world have as a very high value. The sixth principle is cooperation amongst cooperatives. Because the first directive of a cooperative is not for profit, they should do everything in their power to serve in the best interest of their members. And oftentimes that means cooperating amongst other cooperatives, other businesses, other entities. So there's a lot of cooperation involved in a cooperative. And the final is concern for community. And the community that we talk about here is the community that are its members and the community that the cooperative is serving. Everything they do and all the business decisions they make should be looked at through a lens of, does this serve our membership, our community, our owners the best? So that was very high level and very fast, but I know we have other stuff to get to. But that's sort of a general overview of how co-ops function and work.
Thank you, Davy. And we were gonna have you go through, I'm sorry, my dog is playing with his toy right next to me all of a sudden. But we were gonna go through the housing co-op in Hamilton, if you were able to just explain a little bit of how that project was set up.
Sure. So the housing co-op in Hamilton is a 55 plus senior community. The land that the co-op is on is actually owned by the Council of Aging, and then the co-op is built on top. And the way that works is it's a residential community. When a member buys their share in the co-op, it basically affords them the right to have a lot and then build on top of that. So they don't actually own the home, they own a share in the cooperative. And the cooperative, the entire community, it's very neat. They have these different style houses, they have these common areas, they have garages, they have storage space, they have all these interesting things, and it is really for, it's an active senior community, and it's one form of housing co-op. There's a handful of others that I think we are going to get to later. But in this particular community, when someone buys a share, they're buying basically what's above the ground. What's below the actual land they're on belongs to the Council of Aging. So this is something we'll kind of talk about in a little bit on how to maybe layer CLTs with co-ops, because this is sort of a similar model.
Thank you. And Austin, will you let me know if there are questions popping up in the chat? We can stop anytime.
Yep. Absolutely. So far nothing in the chat, but I will chime in and let you know.
Cool. Okay. So I want to address why we want to do this, why I want to merge these models. I've been nerding out on this a little bit for the last few years. To me, it's really important that as a community land trust director, that we figure out how to serve people that can't get conventional loans. And that's really difficult when we're looking at the price points that we're able to reach. And when we're just looking at, the people that we want to be able to help in the market who are stuck in the rental market and have no other opportunity to earn equity. And we know, Tony touched on this a little bit, one of the only ways to get ahead in this country is to own real estate and earn equity. And so the reason that I've been finding that a lot of community land trusts establish cooperative housing projects on their land, it leverages limited resources, which is something that we deal with here in Montana. It creates ownership opportunities for people who can't get a conventional loan. And then it's been discovered over the last few years that a lot of the cooperatives that were established back in the 80s, when the model was really popular nationwide, a lot of those cooperatives are no longer affordable. And so the ones that had a community land trust or another organization supporting those cooperatives for the long term were more successful at preserving their affordability over time. And if you want to read more about that, it's in a really good article on Shelter Force Magazine's website. called Cooperatives and Community Land Trusts Natural Partners. So just a quick case study review. Lopez Island, Washington actually has a community land trust that started their land trust as a co-op. They have 37 limited equity co-op homes in a community land trust. And the way that it worked, the reason that they ended up going this route was because they really wanted to provide that alternative to conventional financing. They wanted to serve people who are even lower than 80% area median income, which is really difficult to do normally because it's just hard to find homes that you can subsidize at that level. So the buyers purchased shares for $5,000 to $10,000. As you can see, that's extremely affordable compared to what we're able to do here in Montana with the regular conventional community land trust model. The CLT actually finances those shares, and they serve the AMI levels between 36 and 120%. They're serving single people, seniors, families, and those people actually put in sweat equity as well in order to keep the cost of the development low. Over time, the share owners earn between 3% and 5% simple interest on their share value per year. Similar to how the ground lease works with a lot of our community land trust homes here in Montana, we give them a simple interest of 1.5% with our ground lease currently. And the monthly payments end up being between $310 and $725, depending on the project. One of the other benefits is that the operating costs for the community land trust co-ops are lower than with the conventional community land trust model. So that is because they need fewer staff, because those cooperatives are their own businesses and they operate autonomously, as Davey was saying. So they take care of a lot of the stuff that a stewardship coordinator at a community land trust would normally take care of. So Davey and Kaya might want to correct me on any of this, but this is kind of one of the brainstorms I've done to try to think through how we could create a community land trust cooperative. Because they're an autonomous organization entity that you have to establish, it's really important that the people have self-determination and they want to form a co-op, so it's ground up and not coming from above and telling people what to do. So there would need to be a group that forms into an official co-op entity so that co-op can own the structure and sign the lease with the community land trust for the land. The community land trust would then own the land and ensure compliance with the ground lease. So they would ensure that those share prices and the equity that people are earning on their shares are actually followed in perpetuity to ensure that those shares remain affordable. The co-op board and the members and the CLT work together to ensure permanent affordability over time. And then those loans, a lot of people benefit that otherwise couldn't own anything and would be stuck in the rental market because those loans to purchase shares are much smaller than what we're able to provide right now. Ideally, Trust Montana is looking at a lot of models right now where there doesn't have to be new construction involved, since the building problems that we're seeing mean that a lot of housing that's being developed just can't be affordable. And so ideally, a co-op could form through an existing rental complex and turn into a cooperative that is owned by its members. And we'll get into that a little bit more with asking each other questions at the end of this conversation. So right now I want to introduce Kaya Peterson. She is the director for NeighborWorks Montana. She has a lot of experience with setting up residential owned communities and mobile home parks in Montana, which is a slightly different model than the straight cooperative. It's a 501c3 model, but she has a ton of experience and she's now working on potentially setting up the first co-op CLT project in Montana in partnership with the North Missoula CDC. So I will let her just talk about some of the processes she's going through at this point.
Great, thanks, Ermina. So as Ermina said, NeighborWorks Montana has a long history, over a decade, working with manufactured home communities to support residents in purchasing their land, forming co-ops, and then managing those properties for ongoing affordability. And that's really a housing preservation strategy, existing, largely naturally occurring affordable housing, putting that into the control of residents. And all of those cooperative principles that Davey went through, those are the principles that every ROC in Montana follows. So here, those are structured as nonprofit organizations, as Ermina said. And as the housing market has become more and more difficult, and as homeownership has become further out of reach for so many low and moderate and even, you know, a little bit higher income or median income folks, we've really been looking at what other ways, you know, just like all of you are in the land trust world, really looking at what other ways can we create stepping stones and opportunities for homeownership for low income folks. So we are currently working, like Ermina said, with NMCDC. Brittany and Bob have just been essential, awesome partners in this pilot project that we're all a part of. And it's really been a fascinating process. A 8-plex old property on the north side of Missoula came for sale last summer. And the neighbor happened to be a woman who has lived in the neighborhood a long time, grew up in Missoula, and has a history of doing strategic planning for nonprofits. And she saw the property go for sale and thought, oh my gosh, all of these people are going to get displaced. These units are going to be converted into high-end condos, and all of these neighbors are not going to have anywhere to go. So she got on the phone, started calling every affordable housing organization she knew. And here we are today. A friendly investor purchased the property and agreed to hold it with an initial understanding that we would work over the next 3 years to convert to a permanent affordability strategy for the property. What's been super fascinating about this project is we've started with the residents. So we came to the residents and said, hey, there's an opportunity here. We don't know what the model looks like, but why don't you tell us what you want us to try to solve for? And the things that we heard from residents were, yes, we want an opportunity to own our own homes. Yes, we want an opportunity to work with local nonprofits who can bring down the price and can help us preserve affordability long-term. Yes, we want to be able to make sure that when we leave, the next people coming in have a place that's affordable to them, and ideally at the income levels that are living in the property right now. So it's been, and lastly, yes, we want the opportunity to build equity. Like, that's important to us. We want this to be something that can be a stepping stone for us to something else. So looking at the income levels of the residents, again, it's only 8 households. All but one of those households are at area median income of 50% or lower. And one of those households is above 50 but below 80. So this is a really, I would say a group of folks who are pretty at risk in the current Missoula market. If they get displaced, they don't have many options. And most of them probably don't have much opportunity to become homeowners in the conventional sense, going out and competing, especially right now, to become, you know, a single family homeowner. So given that income level, we know that we need to bring a lot of support to the project. And right now we are looking really closely at a land trust with a co-op on top. And I don't know as much about the Hamilton co-op, although I will say, one of the things that I've learned from watching that project is that having access to share loans, if we're going to do a co-op model, we need a way for these very low income residents who may not qualify for any kind of conventional lending to have access to share loans. And then a lot of what we're doing is really drawing on experience with the resident-owned community model and on experience of NMCDC with the land trust model and figuring out how those two things fit together. So NMCDC is working on securing financing and applying for grants for the land. And then we're working on a property assessment. So, one of the things with purchasing an old building, as you all know, is it's great, it's existing, it's affordable, but it could also become unaffordable if the property improvements require too much from the residents. So that's a huge consideration for us right now, making sure we build in adequate funding for repairs and improvements. And then in terms of the underlying financing, you know, the benefit of the co-op again is that we're funding the co-op itself. We're funding that business. We're not funding each individual. And so you're really taking the individual financial picture out of it. And if they're already able to pay rents and we can get to the point where their future co-op payments are going to be similar to what they're paying in rent right now, it's a pretty strong opportunity and pretty strong potential that they're going to be able to be stable. That's what we've seen in manufactured home communities. And we think that could work in this project as well. So there's a lot to figure out yet. You know, part of what NeighborWorks Montana brings to the project is the ability to provide very flexible financing and to look at both financing for the building and potentially down payment assistance or share loans for the residents in a way that, you know, a traditional bank or credit union wouldn't be able to do. So that's part of what we're exploring right now. It's a really cool group of folks. The residents have been incredibly engaged, and we don't know if it's going to work, but I think we have all the people at the table and a lot of potential. So hopefully we'll be coming back to you in 6 to 12 months and saying, here's how we did it, and here's how we want to do more.
Thank you, Kaya. I have a phone call coming through that I cannot mute. I'm really sorry about that. It's almost over. So are there questions in the chat at this point, or should we keep going?
Yeah, there are a couple questions. I'll jump in here. We've got one from Abe who asked, can this be done with another land trust model other than the CLT model, more directly governed by residents?
Does he mean conservation land trusts? Is that?
I'm not sure, Abe, if you want to chime in with a little more context for the question.
Outside of the board structure of that community land trust, I know there's other kinds of land trusts besides the community land trust model. Are there ways to do the same function while having the governance be more directly done by the residents?
So the community land trust model actually requires that 1/3 of the board is resident homeowners. And so in that way, we try to ensure that the residents are actually a big part of the governance of the organization. And so in that way, I think that the co-op board and the community land trust board could potentially work together, and they would both have residents. And so I would consider that to be pretty resident led. I don't know if I answered all of your question.
Well, and I can speak to the co-op part. I mean, in the co-op model, at least the way that we've been doing it with resident-owned communities, and what I would envision here is that the board of the co-op is completely made up of residents. And so the residents are the ones who are controlling the decisions around the building. And then that co-op is what would hold the ground lease with the CLT. And so would be, again, you know, navigating that relationship and making decisions around that relationship as well.
And I would add in terms of co-ops, you know, unless the only ones who would be members of a housing co-op are the residents who are living there, and the only people who can serve on the board of a co-op are members. So that is entirely resident owned. The co-op itself would enter into that agreement with the CLT, or, you know, whatever the land below it is, they would enter into that agreement. But for the actual decision making on the buildings and, you know, depending on how they own the infrastructure, that's all handled by the residents, because they're the only ones who are members, and therefore they're the owners, and they're voting in their board made up of member owners.
That's great. And then, oh, sorry,
I'm
Abe.
sorry. I guess the root of the question is, can the function of the community land trust be accomplished by cooperative means, by keeping with the cooperative principles?
I believe so.
So that's, well, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Ermina.
Go ahead.
You've looked at this a lot. Well, I was just going to say, in a resident-owned community, we don't have a land trust underlying the underlying those communities. They're just co-ops, and in that case, the way permanent affordability is secured is through their articles of incorporation. So they're committing through that and through their bylaws to how affordability will be sustained. In Montana, we structure them as nonprofits, so they have 501c3 regs that also dictate affordability, and then there's also loan covenants. So the financing that they receive also demands a certain attention to affordability. There has been concern with, as Ermina was talking about earlier, with some co-ops where maybe some of those controls weren't in place. It's not a deed restricted property. And so part of the conversation is around, well, if you combine a land trust and a co-op and you have that additional deed restriction that comes with the land trust, you have some more security around permanent affordability. The other thing that I think is really important for us with the project we're piloting is that the land trust also brings money to the table and helps buy down the cost of the acquisition for the residents. So when we're talking about serving really low income folks, like I described, we need that kind of layered financing and that kind of layered approach to make sure that ultimately it's affordable. It's not the only way to do it, but we're seeing it as a great way to bring the affordability and also the support that the community is going to need long term.
Thanks, Kaya.
And we have another question from Lila. Thanks for covering this topic. She says, I'm curious if any of the speakers have more info about the project in Oregon that looks like it's called Square One Villages. And if they could speak to any state differences that allow it to work in Oregon, that would be challenging in Montana.
I don't have any info about that, but I'll definitely be Googling it after the meeting.
Yeah, she left a website and it looks awesome.
It's a specific project. They have a bunch. That is a co-op and a land trust. But broadly, my question is more about, are there specific regulatory requirements or restrictions in Montana that we should just think of as, be aware of when thinking through a project like this?
Yeah, so you pretty much took my question. My top question for Davey today was going to be that. I would love to hear, what challenges we're seeing in the statute that might make this work really hard. There's always been whispers about the statute being antiquated around co-ops in Montana. So Davey, I don't know if you can address that.
So the way that housing co-op in Montana would be formed would be under Chapter 15. So it's a Section 35, Chapter 15. So if anyone really wants to have some exciting reading, go read your MCAs and you can read all about co-ops and MCAs. But the way that is lined out, and this is the way that we are able to do some of these non-traditional co-ops, we only have 4 chapters in the state. We have a Chapter 15, which is a for-profit cooperative association. Then we have 2 agricultural associations in our utilities. So this Chapter 15 is where we're building all of these new co-ops. So this is housing, this is our childcare, this is our grocery store. So any of those types of co-ops are in this Chapter 15. A lot of times when you're looking at co-ops in other states, they don't have a for-profit statute that they're able to work under. We really, really enjoy having this for-profit option because it doesn't restrict us on industry. It doesn't restrict us on membership. It doesn't restrict us on profit, essentially. So we're able to do a lot more with co-ops. So we would never advocate changing that law. But when you're looking at other states, you need to think about what type of co-op law do they have. The way that co-ops are governed is that they're governed from their state level first. There is federal rules and then obviously the cooperative principles, but when you're developing them and when we're looking at them, they are governed by state law. And so we have to follow what is in our state law. So that is something to think about when you're looking at other states and what other states have done. Their cooperative law may be entirely different than ours. And so we have to go with what's in our state. At MCDC, we would never advocate to change that because it allows us so much flexibility and to work into so many industries. So we would never be for that. But that's why, having these partnerships with the nonprofit, like one of the cooperative principles is cooperation. So being able to have these partnerships with nonprofits, with CLTs, having all of these in place really makes it able to be more flexible and do these sort of layering things that they might not be able to do other places. So that's something when you're looking at other states, be very careful that you're not everything can be mirrored. And almost every state has completely different laws. Like North Dakota is 100% different than us. Alberta is almost identical to us. So it's really, really strange how they're set up. But that's something to be absolutely aware of when you're doing this. This is also why we work, with NeighborWorks. The way that NeighborWorks is set up for the resident-owned communities, the ROC communities, they have to be set up as a nonprofit. So therefore they follow cooperative principles, but in the state of Montana, they are not considered co-ops. We still support them. We still advocate for them. But just something to be aware of that they are not in the state of Montana, a co-op. So just things to think about.
Thanks, Davy. Are there other questions out there, or I can keep asking tons of questions if I need to?
Let's see, Patricia asks, I was interested to hear that the old time co-ops evolved out of affordability. How did that happen?
Probably Davy. Or do you mean the Lopez Island co-op?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question. Can you say it again?
Oh yeah, how do, let's see, she asked, I was interested to hear that the old time co-ops evolved out of affordability. How did that happen?
So that's kind of a co-op history lesson. So the first co-ops were formed hundreds of years ago. The first official co-ops were in the 1860s, which started, or 1860s in England. They developed what they called the Rochdale Principles. It was the Rochdale Society of Equitable Pioneers. And it's basically, they saw the need to, they saw the need to come together and, sorry, there's a lot of activities, I'm a little distracted. They saw the need to come together so that they could get better price for their goods so they compete against bigger vendors. And that's basically kind of where it all started. And that holds true for just about any co-op now, or actually it is just hold true for every co-op, is that it should be based on trying to get better market share, get better prices, get better service for whatever industry they're in.
That's great. And Patricia clarified, Ermina mentioned that co-ops in the 80s are no longer affordable.
Yeah, there were a lot of limited equity co-ops that were established, and people say that the 1980s were kind of the heyday of the cooperative housing movement. And this recent census study showed that around 145,000 out of 300,000 nationally that were established are no longer affordable. And so I think that was, in an argument, kind of trying to explain why it makes sense for community land trusts and co-ops to partner to ensure that permanent affordability.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple pieces of that, right? Like one is, how was the share price formula structured to kind of change over time? And the other is that some co-ops came out of co-op ownership. They decided to sell.
Yes, yeah.
Great, and I think our last question in the chat for now is from Nate, who asked, I can see how the CLT and co-op board can assure ongoing affordability for subsequent sales, but what mechanisms are you using to provide initial affordability for the first buyers?
So yeah, Bob responded about the pre-app, the City of Missoula Housing Trust Fund and Unified App for Home and CDBG funds is open right now. And so we are looking to that as a source of funds for the CLT land purchase. Beyond that, we have some donor funds that have come into NeighborWorks Montana that we're using to provide low-cost financing either to the project or to the residents. And then we'll be looking at other sources beyond that. Our hope is that we're going to be identifying new funding sources, not just competing with all of the existing sources. But for this pilot project, I expect we're going to be using funds we have on hand and some of these more traditional sources to get the first one off the ground. I don't know if that fully answers your question, Nate, but that's what we know so far.
That's great. Patricia asked, so I was wondering if CLTs could also decide to sell to the private market.
As a general rule, no. The Community Land Trust promises that it's going to preserve the affordability and steward that property forever once they take it on. But I'm sure that there is a situation that has happened somewhere in the country where, a community land trust had to sell off a property to become whole. Anyone else on the call that has experience with that should speak up, but I don't have a lot of experience with that.
So this isn't in regards to land trust, but in the way that co-ops or form housing co-ops, there's kind of a handful of types, and there's a market rate housing co-op where someone can just buy and sell on the open market. They can set the price for it, and then there's also what we call limited equity, which is what most of what we're working in. This is what most co-ops that are being formed now are in this limited equity, so that when they're setting up those co-ops, they're able to make these decisions about how much appreciation is for each of these, for each of the shares each year. So they set it up so you can't, appreciate 100% in 2 years. The housing market goes wild or whatever. And also usually you have to get board approval on who you sell to, and they might have to meet the same sort of requirements. So you can set up your co-op to have these sort of checks and balances so that it always remains your membership and the affordability of it can remain, and the co-op can set that up that way. There's lots of ways, there's lots of mechanisms to do that, but that is something co-ops are able to do.
That's great. I think those are all the questions in the chat for now.
Awesome. Well, I probably have some more questions for Davey since we have a little more time. I'm just really curious, Davey, as far as share loans for other co-op housing projects that you've looked into doing or that are maybe in process right now, is there a secondary market for those share loans like MBOH or Fannie Mae would be for the community land trust loans?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Generally, the way that the bank views buying a share into a co-op, it's the same. It's sort of like a traditional mortgage, so it's set up in that same sort of way. So I don't know if there is anything there. I mean, I just haven't looked into it, I guess. So I don't know how to answer that one.
Okay, sorry. No, that's kind of one of the things that has just been floating around, and people always talk about that it's difficult, and I have just always kind of wanted to know, why is it difficult and what could we do in Montana to potentially make it work so that we can actually get some people buying
So
shares?
A lot of it would be education. So in order to do the Riverside Crossing, they had actually to go to the bank and they had to kind of explain what was happening, and they had to make sure that they understood it. So there's a lot of education that needs to happen with the financial institutions to make sure that they understand what it is, what people are purchasing. So there's just a lot of education.
Yeah, for sure.
Could I chime in on that, Armina, too?
Please, yeah.
That you know, I think for Riverside Crossing, they work directly with one local lender, Farmers State Bank, and they developed a share loan product specifically for that property. My understanding is they held that as a portfolio product. They were looking for opportunities for secondary market, but kind of like Tony was talking about with the land trust, you know, Fannie and Freddie have in duty to serve an interest in supporting this kind of housing, but there's still some barriers and red tape to how that secondary market actually functions. And with financial institutions having as much access to cash and low cost capital as they do right now, sometimes it's easier for them to just develop a portfolio product and hold it rather than trying to work through that secondary market. But it like with land trusts, co-ops have, I think there's a pathway there. It's just how much resistance do we want to work to get through, or do we have local lenders who are willing to make those loans and hold them?
Great, yeah, that makes sense. If there aren't other questions, I think I would just pose this last one to both of you just to get kind of your brain power. I'm just curious, after hearing all of these details and talking through some of this, what you two think would make this model more likely to be successful at this point in Montana?
Education would be more than anything. I think getting people aware of what's possible, getting people aware of how things work, on how things can work together. I think just education all around, and making sure that everyone is the people who are educating are understanding the same thing, and we're all kind of steering the ship in the same direction. So to me, it's a lot of education.
Great.
And, you know, from where I said, I'm always going to say aligning capital, making sure that we have the financial resources and the financial structures to make this possible, especially knowing that if we're going to be converting existing properties, we're going to need infrastructure and rehab support, which is going to be hard to fund. And then the other is willing sellers. That's one of our biggest challenges with the ROC model. And I think it will be no different with this model. We need patient sellers. We're not going to be able to move as fast as the standard market, at least as we're developing this. Mm-hmm. What do you think, Ermina? To answer your own question.
Yeah, I agree with both of what you've said. Subsidy is always an issue. Rehab is something that, you know, at Trust Montana we have not gotten involved with, but it seems like we're eventually going to have to go there. And yeah, finding the capital to actually be able to pounce on opportunities when they come up, so that the out-of-state investors aren't necessarily getting to them first, is super important. And luckily we do a lot of education as a community land trust statewide right now. And I think it would be really great to try to work more cooperative education into that as we learn more about it, and kind of as we wrap our heads around how this could work better. So yeah, money.
Brittany, yeah, right. Brittany posted tenant option to purchase and community organizing. And I would say when we talk to our colleagues in other states, that's exactly, tenant option to purchase is a huge push in places like Massachusetts and increasingly Minnesota and the West Coast. So that'll be something to watch for sure.
For sure.
And we have a couple final questions in the chat that I wanted to get through before we break for lunch. Starting with Becky's question. She says, I know it's not a housing co-op, but is there still an investment co-op among business owners underway in Gardner?
Yes, so that one it's a little stalled because their leader got sick, but and I guess maybe we'll just kind of explain what we mean when we're talking about investment co-op. So an investment co-op is, we call them a community development co-op more often than not, but it's basically where people are pooling their funds and their money and putting them into projects. A lot of times it's real estate. Sometimes there's, they can do loan funds, they could do, there's a number of ways that you can use them. But in Gardner, there's a group of employers that came together to create a housing investment co-op. So what they're doing is they're they were pooling their money so that they're able to buy single family homes as they come on the market, and then be able to house they have a lot of seasonal workers. And so they're trying to figure out how to house them. And that we have the same sort of thing happening in Baker, potentially one in Whitefish. We have, so this idea is popping up all over the place. So they're not traditional housing cooperatives, but they are people, generally a lot of times employers or businesses coming together and trying to make investments into getting affordable workforce housing for their employees. And then we also have communities that are not, that kind of have a mix of community members and businesses coming together and saying, let's have some money ready to go for when something comes available, we can purchase it and keep this a community building rather than letting it go to outside investors. So that's a different type of way to get to housing, but it's also something that is, they can make investments in all types of buildings, all types of real estate. So there's a lot of opportunity there.
Awesome, thank you. And Abe has a question regarding eminent domain. He says, eminent domain has been the enemy of CLTs in places like Brooklyn. Are there any protections CLTs can plan for against eminent domain?
That is a great question. I'm gonna say, does anyone else on the call, on the meeting know how to answer that? Maybe Lori?
I was afraid you might say that. Let me see if I can turn my camera on here for you. I think eminent domain is not as common in Montana. And I think keeping good relationships with government agencies to try to prevent them from exercising eminent domain on community land trust properties would really be the best way to go. Eminent domain is a really powerful tool. And I don't think there's any way that landowners, whether CLTs or otherwise, can stop it. All we can do, like I said, is work closely with those government agencies that might be trying to exercise that right, to encourage them to look elsewhere and let us continuing operating the community land trusts.
Thanks, Lori.
That's great. And Ben has a great question about townhome exemptions. And I'm actually going to pause on that question, and we will address it in Lori's presentation later this afternoon. But Ben asked, in Missoula, we have seen some success with CLT projects using the townhome exemption development subdivision exemption, although there are definitely things that are unclear about how they work together. Maybe expanding or improving on that at the next legislature could be helpful. So I think, unless Romina, do you have any more slides to share?
I don't. This is it. We made it just in time. So thank you all so much for asking questions.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much, Kaya, and thank you so much, Davey, for joining us today. I hope you have a great conference, Davey. Hello to everyone where you're at. And yeah, so that concludes our morning session, everybody. We are going to break for a 45-minute lunch and come back at 12:30 for a secondary market concerns roundtable. Everyone, make sure to use your Grubhub gift certificate if you can, and we will see you in a little bit. Thanks so much. It's 12. We are recording now. We will get our afternoon session going. I hope everybody had a nice lunch. I took a walk around my block and it is snowing really hard in Whitefish right now, which is exciting. That's where I'm located. So this next session is secondary market concerns. And I will introduce Vicki Bauer from Montana Housing and Brittany Palmer from the North Missoula Community Development Corporation. Vicki is the Homeownership Program Manager at Montana Housing, and Brittany Palmer is the Community Land Trust Program Manager and Community Organizer from NMCDC. And they'll be discussing secondary market concerns in the shared equity housing space in Montana. So Brittany, I will let you take it away and I'll stop sharing my screen. I think this session is just going to be a discussion, so we don't have any slides to look at. And so go ahead, Brittany. Let's see if I can share. Yep.
Cool. Hi, everybody. So like Austin mentioned, we're beginning this 30-minute roundtable discussion with Montana Board of Housing on secondary market concerns. My name's Brittany. I manage the Community Land Trust Program for North Missoula Community Development Corporation. So I'm located in Missoula, and I've been asked to facilitate this conversation. So I just want to start with, like Tony Pickett said this morning, that the biggest issue in the lending industry, or one of the biggest concerns, is that they sometimes see shared equity financing as a risk. And from our experience, MBOH, kind of on the other hand, provides a lot of our CLT homeowners with their loans, and is a really important piece of the success of CLTs in Montana. So the goal of this session is to kind of have some space to identify and then possibly iron out any issues so that we can make it even easier for our homeowners to access this financing through MBOH. So I have a few questions for you, Vicki, to get us started. And then I hope that this can kind of evolve into a conversation with everybody who has questions or experiences to share. And I think we can probably, like we've been doing, put stuff in the chat, or if people want to raise their hand, that works too. So hi, Vicki, thanks again for being here. And I heard you might have brought some staff with you, so that's awesome. But I first just want to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself. So like, tell us who you are and a little bit about your role, and maybe a little bit about what gets you excited for this work.
Sure. And I'm also going to specifically call out Jim Neary. He's on my staff. He's actually going to answer the majority of the questions that you throw out today. We'll answer them together. He does a lot of the loan review. So he's got the most information as far as some of the things we've seen. But as far as Board of Housing goes, so I'm Vicki Bauer. I'm the Homeownership Program Manager for Montana Board of Housing. Montana Board of Housing is a secondary financing option for borrowers who are getting mortgage loans. We buy loans from banks, closed loans from banks, and we try to participate in special programs that nonprofits and partners work in around the state, you know, as they're trying to offer housing to lower income borrowers. We work a lot with Habitat. We work a lot with NeighborWorks. We have done financing in the CLTs around the state, Kalispell, Missoula, over in Bozeman and Livingston. So we really, because we're a statewide entity instead of a national entity like Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, we are a little bit better suited to offer some financing for special projects that, you know, folks are trying to put together. And so community land trusts, it's been a few years that we've been doing. I think the first community land trusts were done back in the early 2000s, maybe even the late 90s. And then we didn't see a lot of activity in the community land trust arena until the NSP funds came through. Kalispell got an allocation of those, and they did community scattered site community land trust properties up there. And then Ermina and Bob, they worked, you know, putting together Trust Montana, and then working around the state with habitats, with communities to do community land trust projects. And so we've been involved in those in probably the last, I think it's been 5 years, a good 5 years. And we do what we can, but we have seen a few issues over the years as far as those loans being put together properly, and us being able to buy them. And so that's what we want to discuss today, and just try to solve the problems that we're seeing, and or figure out the best way to move forward to solve them.
Cool. Thanks for sharing. So I guess I'm just gonna ask a few questions to get us started, and then hopefully this can be kind of thrown to the larger group. But let's see, this first one is, I'd love if you could give an overview, kind of, you touched on this a little bit, but a little more in depth of what MBOH provides for community land trust home buyers from your experience. So things like PMI free financing and any other advantages like that. And I guess this could be Vicki or Jim, whoever.
I'll go ahead and take the first one. And once we get into some of the process questions, I'll let Jim take them from there. So with the community land trusts, Board of Housing, we did for a long time just buy loans that were insured. They had to be FHA, VA, or RD insured. And so the scattered site loans that we did up in Kalispell, those loans were insured by rural development because that's an eligible area for RD financing. Loans that were done back in the late 90s, early 2000s were insured by FHA. We continue to get some FHA loans from the Community Land Trust in Bozeman and Livingston as well. But one of the benefits of using Board of Housing financing that's come up recently is allowing the borrower to use the equity from not owning the land from their lease to have a non-insured mortgage, which saves them on the mortgage insurance premium. So because the value of the land is taken out of the transaction, the loan to value can be calculated at less than 80%, which means it doesn't require mortgage insurance. So that's one cost benefit to the borrower. They don't have to pay the monthly MI. Another one is depending on the project and depending on the qualification factors of the borrowers themselves, if they are required to be 80% or less of area median income, there's the potential of getting a set-aside rate for the mortgage program. And the board, so we have our regular interest rate on the mortgages that we purchase, that we offer. And then we have what's called a set-aside rate. And the set-aside rate is about 1/4% below our regular rate. So there's a little bit of a rate reduction possibility there for those buyers too.
Great, thanks for that. Our next question is if you have any perspective to share on some things that CLT practitioners could do to make the financing of CLT homes with MBOH work more smoothly, like things we can do on our end as practitioners to make the process better.
So I'm going to go ahead and let Jim.
Yeah, I was just about to say I could probably answer this one a little bit better. I think as far as the process goes, if we can impress upon the lenders the necessity of submitting the information about the community land trust a lot earlier in the reservation process, it would help us in making sure that they're getting all the information that they need, and that when we go to purchase these loans on the back end, it isn't a situation where we're waiting for a lot of documents or they don't have the necessary rider. We've got our own Montana Board of Housing rider that gets attached to the notice of ground lease to make sure that if in case we do end up having to foreclose on the property, that we could sell the property. And so it's an important document. But if they don't have that, and we see this one come up quite a bit, then we have to have them re-record the documents. So it's important early on that they're coming to us and letting us know that it's a community land trust.
Good to know. And that sounds like something that CLT practitioners might be able to like help facilitate a little bit with getting that, you know, making sure that information gets passed on to you all from the lenders.
I don't actually know how much in the process the Community Land Trust has with the borrowers and lenders, how much communication you guys have going on, you know, when they're trying to get a loan. But I think it's important to make sure that there is a real open line of communication there, because when we do run into problems trying to purchase these loans, you know, for the secondary market, it seems like there's these huge gaps, right, between the lenders, what we're telling the lenders, and then they go to the title company, and then the title company goes back to the Community Land Trust. And, you know, it's that whole game of rumor where, you know, it goes from one to the next, to the next, to the next. And by the time it ends up at the end, it's an entirely different message than what we started with.
Cool. And I know you're kind of touching on this already, but if there's any other specific challenges you've come across with CLT loans or CLT home closings, I know you're kind of already touching on this a little bit, but the issues of like loans being put together properly and the importance of like getting information early on. Anything else in that process that you want to touch on there?
I want to preface this with the fact that Community Land Trusts themselves have been really great insofar as getting the documents that we need and making sure that everything's done. The majority of the problems that we see all come from our lenders or from the title companies. And I'm not certain if it's a situation where the title companies are not properly trained on CLTs, or if it's a situation where it's so far outside of the normal realm for our lenders to understand what they're doing with these loans. But we do run into situations where we're having to re-record documents again and again and again to correct stuff. And, you know, not only does that absolutely have to frustrate the borrower to have to come back in and re-sign stuff and reinitial stuff and, you know, not know what's going on, but it's costly. It's time consuming and costly. You know, we had a situation with a loan up there in Kalispell that the deed of trust accidentally got recorded with the notice of ground lease. And, you know, we ended up basically fighting with the title company to get them to split those documents back apart. And it must have taken about 1.5 to 2 months before we were finally able to get that resolved. And we were just able to purchase that. In fact, I think that's this week. But, you know, the amount of money spent on re-recording those documents, I would guess around $1,000. So it's not an insignificant amount.
For sure. And I want to give like, if anybody from Trust Montana wants to chime in, I'm not sure if you all are doing work with like education for title companies, but I don't know if anybody wants to say a quick word on that.
We are. Lori Freeman has done at least one training for title companies so far, and I did one last year. So it has been a slow process to just get the information out there, but I think it's getting better, and we're getting more clear on exactly what we need to tell people in the trainings. But I think this brings up a really interesting challenge that community land trusts deal with, which is that we're kind of this gray area character in the middle of these sales that the lender doesn't really have to listen to, and the title company is kind of always like, what are you doing here? And so I often find myself being like the most annoying person in an email thread, reminding everyone of everything over and over again. And that's what I've found works if you can handle not being liked by some people. So, but I don't know if anyone else has experience they want to share with that kind of situation.
Yeah,
This is
anybody
Kim.
else? Kim? Sure.
Oh, I was just going to say that was my project that Jim was talking about. And, you know, in that case, it was a lender who had never done a land trust loan, a brand new person at the title company, and a brand new executive director. And we were all working together. We just did not understand which documents were supposed to go where. And the title company had done plenty of this work before. It was just a new title company employee that hadn't. So, yeah. You know, we all learned a fair amount in that process. And part of the confusion of that was that I had a document that was identical to the Montana Board of Housing document in every way, shape, or form, except for that it had Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac at the top instead of Montana Board of Housing's logo. So it is helpful for those of us who are relatively new to this to understand what we need to educate the lenders about, because there's all these different circumstances depending on who's involved and which lenders and who's on the secondary. So the more of this type of education that we can give to people up front, the more likely we are to save time and money on the backside. So thank you for that.
On that Fannie Mae rider, there actually is another change in the document too, and it specifically calls for where the financing is coming from. And in that Fannie Mae rider, it says that the money's coming from Fannie Mae, whereas in our rider, it says it's coming from the Montana Board of Housing, and that's the key part of there. It's not really the logo so much as where those funds are coming from. But, you know, actually that does bring up another interesting point and example, and that is the fact with some of the title companies, we do run into a situation where we have new employees who don't understand the process correctly. And there was a situation in Livingston actually where the employee hadn't even been working there a year yet, and they just, you know, tossed a CLT at him. It was the first time he'd done a CLT. And of course, the legal descriptions that he used for it were all based on the prior owner's lease. So it was referencing the old lease, which of course was terminated once the new lease was done. And so all the documents and everything that they had done was all incorrect. That took a long time to fix as well. And I eventually had to call them and walk the title agent through and explain to him why he couldn't use that old legal description. You know, obviously because it no longer existed. There was nothing there. But it's situations like that where we might think it's obvious, but they aren't grasping it yet. And it really does come down to a situation of education.
Thanks for sharing that perspective, Kim. Another question for MBOH folks. Is there, if you haven't already addressed this, is like, what is the most important thing that you would like CLT practitioners or CLT homeowners to know about utilizing MBOH financing?
Vicki, do you want to answer this one?
You know, I think probably one of the most important things is that if they're accessing MBOH financing, their loans will be serviced here in Montana. They'll be working with local folks who they're accustomed to working with first-time home buyers. And so they will handle them a little bit more delicately than they might be handled on a national scale. If you sell the loan to Fannie or Freddie, it's hard to say who's going to service that loan, or if you sell it to another secondary market.
You have anything to add, Tim?
You know
I was just about to say the one thing I would bring up too is just make sure that everything is filled out and completed. You know, every once in a while we'll see a lease agreement come through, And I don't know if it's because the lenders are getting them before they're fully executed, or if it's a situation where, you know, a page is just missed here or there. But, you know, we do need to have all the signatures and all the initials and all the dates filled in and all the rest of it, you know, for our files. And because we've got our own auditing process too. But that would be the only thing I can think of, is just make sure everything's filled out and completed.
Cool. We have about a little under 10 minutes left for our conversation. And I know I work with Bob Oakes, who's been doing the CLT work in the state for a really long time. And I know he and I have had some conversations about this, and he has a question that I want to give him a chance to ask. And then if anybody else has questions, feel free to drop them in the chat, or we can kind of open it up for conversation after that. But Bob, if you're there, I want to let you ask your question.
Yeah, I'm here. I think you can hear me. I got video blocked, which is just fine. But before I ask this question, okay, co-host is inviting me. All right, here. So before I ask the question that just recently came to mind for me, I would say that we started our community land trust in around 2000, and our first development was in 2002. But we involved local lenders here from the beginning, and it was actually from somebody from First Interstate Bank who worked with us on our resale formula, and that was really helpful. And then that particular bank has been really good with us for many years. And I texted or I messaged Vicki that Montana Board of Housing was really helpful in Clark Fork Commons sales, 25 townhomes, and did a lot of those mortgages too. So that's, you know, Board of Housing's been really supportive for quite a long time for community land trust. And we went through a lot of the horrors, both with appraisers and with title companies at first, but now, I mean, just we've been around long enough that things have much improved. And I know that Trust Montana's educational stuff is helping everywhere around. So, and the question I have, and this is really an aside kind of, is I was wondering about Montana Board of Housing's reverse equity. You know, like the 60s, I think it's 68 plus age for it, but up to $150,000. I was wondering how popular that program is, and just with an idea of, you know, a fantasy I had about whether what if funding could be found to offer that $150,000, not as a deferred loan, but as a creation of a CLT shared equity property. You know, further appreciation could still happen at 1.5% per annum, and that's diminished, but, you know, still existent inheritable value could go with the property. And it would then be remain perpetually affordable at resale. And it could be stewarded and administered by local community land trusts or anywhere in the state by Trust Montana. And I know that, you know, of course, where the money would come from to do that is problematic, but $100,000 to $150,000 in this day and age would be a relatively inexpensive way to develop a permanently affordable home when compared to what it would cost to create one new for a nonprofit. You know, and I wonder maybe Kim Morisaki might have an idea about that too, because I think that she's explored reverse equity stuff with community land trusts. Thanks.
I'm not sure if I do have anything to add to that.
And it's something that we could discuss, further. The reverse annuity mortgage program that the board currently has is kind of a special pet project that was developed, I think, back in the late 90s. We had some money in reserve, and it was a niche that wasn't being served for the extremely low income seniors. And so the board voted and implemented a program, a reverse annuity mortgage program that we offer statewide. It gets used here and there, some years more than others. It just depends, and it is limited funding. So, but we could sure talk about, Bob, the model that you're talking about. We can discuss it and see what options there are.
Yeah, thanks.
So I have a question real quick, back to the group. As far as the CLTs go, what is your role as far as the title company and the lender goes? Like Ermina alluded to, they all kind of look at these transactions and wonder where the CLT fits in and what they're doing at the closing table as part of this transaction. I mean, what is your interaction? Because we don't have a good feel for that either. Like Jim said, the CLTs have been great to work with. It's not necessarily the CLTs where our problem arises. It's with the lenders and title companies. I don't know what your interaction is with those entities, though.
I can let someone else talk, or I can explain more of what I do. Does anyone want to say anything?
I should say, in defense of Glacier Bank and Insured Titles, they're actually fabulous partners, and we work hand in glove with them on every project that I've done so far, which has just been 4. But the problem is that the people that I'm working with were new to land trusts, and I was new to land trusts, and so we just didn't have all of our bullet points covered when we needed to do that one project with Montana Board of Housing. But I'd be curious to know. I'm thrilled with the partnerships that I have up here in the Flathead. We just are all on a steep learning curve at the moment. So,
I'm pretty satisfied with what we have going in Missoula in terms of NMCDC's work, but Ermina probably can really fill you in on having to educate new folks like in Red Lodge.
Yeah, I mean, there's always education with every closing, it seems like. It just depends on the town that you're in and the title company that you're working with. And we end up, like I said, I end up just harassing people to tell them the information that they don't think they need. And I think, I learned that the hard way, because I think my first few closings I did where I was kind of hands off because I just didn't know. And then they were recorded wrong. So I think we've considered providing a template, like a guidance sheet for all community land trusts to use for closings, but all closings are slightly different too. So, Trust Montana partners with Habitat for Humanity. And so the warranty deed for the land transfers right before the ground lease is signed. And then there's other ways that people are doing this. So we can't really come up with a one size fits all guidance sheet, but I think we could try to help with that. And Lori,
Ellen, I would
something to add too.
Sorry, I would just gonna say, so Board of Housing, on our website, we have title and recording recommendations that fit with our programs. And I know Fannie Mae, really the process that the board uses, I followed the Fannie Mae process because I really don't want there to be a distinction necessarily between our program and the way that the Fannie Mae programs work. And Freddie Mac, I believe, is the same way, because I don't necessarily want the board to be the only investor out there that can do financing on these programs. We're happy to do it if it benefits the borrower, but we don't want to be the only financing source for these loans. So I guess for the CLTs, I would say, you know, let your lenders and title companies know there is information on the board's website. If you know that your borrowers are utilizing Board of Housing financing and you're working with the lender and title company, there is information on our website that can easily be found to help facilitate the recording of those documents.
Well, there's information and training, you know,
yes.
and that's important too. And for those of you that don't know our website, it's housing.mt.gov. I do want to add that, you know, our processes are constantly changing and adapting too. Some of the riders that, you know, we used to request be recorded with the documents, we're not now. And that being the permitted mortgages agreement that, you know, comes from the ground lease. At one point we were asking that that be recorded with the notice of ground lease. We don't need it now. Anyway, the point of that is that because these requirements that we have are changing, it's important to make sure that the lenders, borrowers, and even you guys look at our site to see what it is that we're asking for. Because just because it's on there today doesn't mean it's going to be there tomorrow. One other thing that we've been talking about doing is making our rider available on the site by itself, you know, not filled out, but by itself. The lenders can get the rider, the MBOH CLT rider, once they go into their normal, you know, loan package system and download it, and it'll auto fill out, you know, the important information that we have. But I think it's important to remember that you guys can always tell the lenders and tell the borrowers that they need to have the right rider for their loan. You know, I know I mentioned this earlier, and I'm going to kind of harp on it, but it is so important to make sure that we've got the right documents being recorded in the right order, because otherwise it turns into an expensive mess.
Mm-hmm. Thanks so much for sharing all of that, both of you. And with that, I think we're a couple minutes over our time for this session. The next one starts at 1, so it'll start at 1:03 or 4. But I want to kind of invite folks, if you have any like lingering questions, put them in the chat. And maybe Vicki or Jim, if you're okay with it, you could drop your email or a link to your website that we can all make sure we stay up to date on in the chat. And with that, I would love to turn it back over to Austin for our next session. But thanks again so much, Vicki and Jim, for being here. We appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks everybody for that last session. Now we're just gonna keep rolling right through our program here on to the next session, which is our all about developer engagement. And so, Armina, would you like to share, do you have slides for this?
I do, just a couple. So
okay.
Share. Oops.
Just a quick introduction, we'll have Armina talking with Nate Richmond from Blue Line Developers about how to create lasting partnerships with developers, something we're all very interested in. So I'll let you both take it away.
Thanks. And I still can't share my screen, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I should probably make you a co-host.
I just did.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
You should be good now.
Okay. Okay. Great. Well, thank you, Nate, for joining us. I would love to give you a chance to just introduce yourself, because I've been talking plenty today, so people know who I am.
Sure, I'm Nate Richmond, and I'm with Blue Line Development. We're an affordable housing developer based here in Missoula. We've been here for a little over 10 years, and I've been working in the affordable housing industry for about 17 years. And in that time, we've developed close to 3,000 affordable housing units across mostly the West and the Rocky Mountain region. We're in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, North and South Dakota, and Minnesota. And happy to sort of brainstorm on how developers can partner with Community Land Trust here.
Thank you. Yeah, and I reached out to Nate because he's one of the few developers who's ever reached out to us first with the idea of partnering on a community land trust project and doing it in a way that wouldn't even require HUD funding. So very exciting prospects. And he's now looking at working with NMCDC, and he's partnered with Big Sky Housing Trust on a project in Big Sky. So what we're working on, one of the many projects we're working on right now at Trust Montana is a developer toolkit. It's in preliminary stages of development. We partnered on it with the North Missoula CDC and Heidi West as a consultant. And she did a bunch of interviews with developers and other people in the world of real estate and housing in order to start to figure out how we could make it easier and incentivize developers to want to work with community land trusts. And of course, this falls in line with some of our goals at Trust Montana. We're not developers. We haven't built anything. We partner with nonprofits and Habitat for Humanity affiliates and municipalities to build the homes. And then we put the legal mechanisms in place and steward the homes in perpetuity as affordable. So for us, it's really important to find new ways all the time to add new homes to the portfolio through partnership. So at this moment, our toolkit is pretty much an outline, and I'm open to all kinds of input on this at this point. But we essentially want to be able to show developers what the incentives are for partnering with the Community Land Trust. We want to be able to explain really simply what the roles of the Community Land Trust are and what the roles of the developer are, and then explain specific ways that a partnership could work. This is just a list of some of the things that each party could bring to the table, and it's one of the things that we're just going to try to be fleshing out as we move forward. And I can share these slides with anyone who's interested, but the main purpose here is to come and ask Nate a bunch of questions so that we can figure out the smartest way forward. So I have these questions I would like to ask Nate, and then I would love it if anyone else has questions for him. And then Laura and Kim are both working on private developer partnerships, and they might have something to add as well. So Nate, I would love to know what would make it easier for developers to partner with the Community Land Trust.
I think the first part would just be education. You know, until we started our conversations last year, I knew of community land trusts. I had a very preliminary knowledge of what they were, but I think it was really the education of how they work, how the lease works, and how the agreements are structured that really was helpful for me to put it all together and try to incorporate it into a development.
Cool. Okay. That makes sense. Everyone's saying education today for sure. How do you think a CLT should approach a developer who hasn't thought of this idea yet, of this type of partnership?
You know, with that, I think just looking at what developments may be in process at the conceptual stage and thinking from your side how the CLT could fit into the overall structure of that. And as far as benefits, looking at I think the ease of selling an affordable product as opposed to a market rate. Obviously, the market rate now is much different than it has been in the past, but you know, there's been times where high-end housing has had a much higher or much longer time in the market where affordable has not. That could be a benefit. I think looking at how community land trust organizations' nonprofit status could help within the overall constructs of the development, particularly in the financing, and some of the benefit that might come out of some of the tax benefits that might work with a developer.
That makes sense. Are there other resources besides those benefits and the nonprofit status that you think a private developer would only be able to access if they partnered with a CLT?
I think the ease of providing the underlying regulatory agreements and the deed restrictions. If someone really wants to provide affordable housing and is not quite sure, like myself, we mostly do affordable rental housing. We have a really good format for that, good funding sources for that. And there's a mechanism for providing that deed restriction. If you want to do an affordable for sale product, as a developer who works in affordable housing and mostly rental housing, there's not really a mechanism that I'm familiar with for providing that deed restriction. I think that is that's something that's a real benefit to working with a CLT.
Awesome. I'll just ask one more and then other people can jump in. Just any other advice for us CLT practitioners that are hoping to partner with a private developer?
Again, I think it's just education. That's I think the biggest one, really showing how these work and maybe using some case studies about previous CLT developments and, you know, the benefit not just to the developer, but to the community as a whole. And I think it's really looking at the overall health of a community and having different, having housing for different income strata is how that really benefits the community and can benefit the developer. And if they're going to have a commercial component, you have potentially workforce built into your overall development. So I think just looking at the development as a whole and how that, how having a broad income spectrum throughout that development can be helpful.
Great. All right. So are there questions in the chat, or does anyone have a question they'd like to throw out there for Nate?
There is a chat question from Kaya. She asks, Nate, what prompted you to reach out to Trust Montana?
I think what prompted me was a couple of development concepts we're working on. And I'll give kind of a brief rundown of them. The first one, anyone that's in the Missoula area, I'm sure is familiar with, because we kind of kicked a hornet's nest with this one. We proposed doing a replacement and redevelopment of the Larchmont Golf Course. And as part of that, we had about 840 for sale home lots in our concept. And we're trying to figure out how we were going to make those affordable and maintain affordability. And that's what prompted the reaching out to Trust Montana and North Missoula Community Development was, you know, what mechanism can we use to maintain that affordability? As far as providing initial affordability, with that, we were taking a creative approach in the financing. And as part of that, we had about 15 acres of commercial space and about 9 acres of medical expansion and medical office space. And we're going to utilize the market rate revenue generated from that commercial and medical expansion to subsidize the for sale housing. And so that was one of the things that prompted me to reach out. And then another concept we're working on here in Missoula was pairing a large multifamily tax exempt bond deal with some for sale housing. And so both of those really trying to figure out how we're going to do the for sale housing, which is sort of outside of my wheelhouse, and how we were going to maintain the affordability of that.
Awesome.
I have a question maybe for Kim and Laura, just to get some perspectives from other parts of the state. What success or what have they learned in reaching out to developers in Big Sky and Kalispell, and how have they approached that process?
Yeah, this is Laura from Big Sky. And we are excited to be in partnership with Blue Line right now on a project, but we also have been able to start forging some relationships with some other private developers, because we also are not a developer. So we look for someone else to be our partner on projects. And my experience is you first have to find a developer who already is open to the idea of building affordable housing, because there's people who are just trying to make as much money as they can. And then you have other people who are more altruistic maybe, and are understanding that their profit margins aren't going to be the same, but that they understand the need to make the community survive is to, we need some affordable housing. So, you know, we've been able to find 2 or 3 builders, developers in our area who already start from that mindset, because it's pretty hard to talk people into that if that's not where they're coming from. So then we come with some information, because nobody knows anything about a CLT. They don't understand what it means. So I'm thrilled with the development that Hermina and team are working on for creating the toolkit, because I think that's going to be very helpful in making the language of what we present to developers be strong and solid. But the event we come from is that, hey, we are going to be able to bring something to you that you don't already have. And maybe every community is a little different about what that might be. In our case, we were able to acquire some water and sewer rights as the housing trust that can only be used for workforce housing. Well, that commodity happens to be more valuable than gold in Big Sky. So the fact that we own those water sewer rights and control their use makes developers very interested in talking to us. So I think in any kind of a negotiation, you have to have something that other people want. So figure out what that might be, because it's going to help you convince people to work with you. Because certainly the tax credit idea is great. I think it's a good sales pitch to tell people that you can find the expertise legally how to structure all the documents and have the deed restrictions and all that, so that they don't have to figure that out. That has put the developers I've talked to, their minds more at ease. But mostly they will talk to me because they want the water sewer rights.
And I'm just at the very beginning stages of reaching out to certain developers who, like Laura has suggested, I suspect are like-minded about the need for reasonably priced housing for workforce and just families and single people in the Flathead Valley. My experience so far is most of them grew up in Northwest Montana. And so they understand the bigger picture of what's changed in the last 40 or 50 years. So the thing that they seem very interested in is the fact that if they're donating land to the land trust, there is a tax benefit for that charitable donation, and that we would then work with them to build homes, have them build the homes. So they worked within a neighborhood that was they already had planned, and that maybe the houses might be a little bit smaller, or they might be a little bit have a little bit fewer amenities than some of the other homes, but they would fit well within the neighborhood and be part of it. And there would be no clear distinction between which houses were affordable in the land trust and which were not. And that we would be willing to buy those homes, for what it costs to build them. So that, and then we would manage the subsidy to get them from what they cost to build them to what they actually can be sold for, to remain affordable. And we would manage the long-term management of that to maintain them as affordable long-term. So I think the fact that we can manage that process, we have a waiting list of people to buy them, and that we're not looking for them to sell the house to us below cost. Those are all attractive pieces. Of course, I haven't actually done it yet, so let's just put a caveat on that. But I'm very much paying attention to what Laura is doing. And I'm very interested in hearing the answer to Julie Flynn's question in the chat.
Yeah, that's great. We can, thanks, Kim and Laura. We'll pop it over to the chat. First, Bill's question is to Nate. Is the concern to maintain affordability something that's prominent throughout the development community? Oh, Nate, you're on mute.
After 2 years, you'd think I'd have the hang of Zoom, but I don't. Unfortunately, I would say that the answer to that is no. It does not seem to be very, very prominent, although it should be. My company, for instance, is based here in Missoula. We have about 52 employees, about 20 of which live in Missoula. And, I hear it daily from my staff, the struggles they have with finding housing, both rental and for sale. And I think having affordability in a community and permanent affordability is really something that's integral to finding qualified staff and retaining talented staff. And so I think anyone who has a development business based in the communities they're working should be focused on that. But yeah, unfortunately, it does not seem to be very prominent unless it's a company that is focused on affordable housing and is somewhat mission driven.
Great. And then Julie's question here is, do you feel like using state and federal funding sources toward affordable housing allows you to consider diverse solutions such as CLTs or innovative construction methods when planning and designing projects? Any barriers that come to mind?
Yeah, absolutely. I think utilizing some of the funding sources we use, like the low-income housing tax credit, home funds, CDBG funds, Affordable Housing Trust, all of those allow us to build a capital stack and a financing platform that allows us to be creative in bringing other types of housing in, and particularly allows us to get the scale that we need to create the affordability. As far as barriers that come to mind, probably the biggest one is when integrating a for sale product in with a multifamily product, particularly one that's financed with tax credits. There's a nuance there to providing sort of a benefit to the project overall without creating a tax consequence for the investor. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds with the low-income housing tax credit projects, but we sell the tax credits to an investor, which is generally a large financial institution. They're buying the tax credits. They're also looking to participate in the losses and the depreciation in the property. And what they're not looking for is an income consequence. So when you sell a property, if you have a single family or townhome component and you're selling that can create an income consequence to that investor, which diminishes their return. So we're trying to take some creative approaches, in particular on the newer development we're working on, where we're having the income pass through the nonprofit and come back to the project in the form of a deferred loan to sort of do an end run around that income consequence to the investor.
Great, thank you. I don't see any other questions in the chat. If folks have any last questions they'd like to propose to Nate or the group, we can take them now, or we can break a little bit early to give us a few minutes break before our next session. So last call for questions. Okay, it looks like that's it for this session. Thank you so much, Nate and Hermina, Kim and Laura, for chiming in. We really appreciate your perspectives, and we will just keep everybody updated as we make moves in our developer toolkit that hopefully comes to fruition this year. So I will go ahead and give us a little break here. We will come back together at 1:30 for a session with NeighborWorks all about resident-owned communities. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nate.
See you in a few minutes. All right, everybody, it's 1:30, so we'll get started in our next session. Kaya, would you like to share your screen? Stop a share here.
So Danielle's going to start and do the first part with her PowerPoint. So Danielle, do you need to be able to share your screen to run that? Okay.
Yeah, Danielle, you should be a co-host.
Cool. Awesome. So yeah, this session is about resident-owned communities, and we have Danielle Maiden, the resident-owned community program manager from NeighborWorks, joining us, along with Kaya Peterson, the executive director of NeighborWorks Montana. Thanks so much for joining us, and I will let you take it away.
I have to be able to remember how to do this. Okay. If it'll work for me. You're seeing the wrong screen though, aren't you? Are you seeing mine, this one?
Yeah, we can see the presenter view.
Okay. Now I'm going to be the one with the...
Oh, don't worry. We had to do a whole review yesterday, getting ready.
Okay, here we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Danielle Maiden, the Resident-Owned Communities Program Manager for NeighborWorks Montana. So resident-owned communities, I'm just going to give a quick overview. I think most of the people attending this are pretty familiar with our program, but if you're not, I want to make sure to give a quick update. We work with residents who live in manufactured housing communities across the state to buy their communities and run them as nonprofit cooperatives. So really that goes from working with park owners to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement that includes all the terms around a sale, including price. And we negotiate that at market rate prices. So just as an investor buyer would be making those offers, that is where we come in at. We work with the park owners in that aspect. And then we also go out and start organizing the residents and create a corporation to be able to buy their community. We work with them to put in all of their organizational documents, including bylaws and community rules and all of the policies on how they're going to run their communities once they do purchase it. We also work with them to find a lender to provide their mortgages on their communities in that process. Once the residents are able to purchase the property, we work with them for 10 years or what is equal to the life of their loan as their technical assistance provider. And that really is through all aspects of governance, reporting to their lender on their financials, making sure that they are staying in compliance with federal and state laws and their loan agreements, and really just to be a really good resource for the residents through their journey of ownership. So we are an affiliate of ROC USA, which is a national organization providing this model across the country. Currently, there are 25 states that have resident-owned communities. It's been a really awesome thing to witness the growth, especially over the last 10 years. This map does not reflect that California now has a resident-owned community. We have that just closed at the end of the year, and so we haven't updated it yet. But so far, there's 288 resident-owned communities across the country, making up almost 20,000 homes that are now resident-owned. Here in Montana, we have 14 resident-owned communities making up 577 households, which is reflective of over $20 million in acquisition financing for those parks. So just a few quick facts around resident-owned communities and manufactured housing. It makes up about 14% of the homes in Montana, which is a really large piece and a really important part of the picture when we're looking at affordable housing in the state. So 35% of manufactured homes are located in communities or parks. 75% of those are owner occupied. So that really is reflective of 16,000 homeowners in Montana who own their homes, but not the land beneath them. One great bonus to resident ownership for those homeowners is that they are able to sell their homes at a premium, or their value is at a premium, 12% above market rates, helping residents grow the value of their largest asset. So some great benefits for resident ownership and reasons why a seller would want, or an owner would want to sell to us, is that we do pay that market rate. And so we are able to come to the table just like another investor would. We provide that technical assistance to the residents for 10 years, really providing a lot of support to them to make sure that there is success through their journey. There's housing security and stability by being resident owned. It cannot be sold to an investor or a developer. So the residents really don't have the fear of being evicted for no cause and having to relocate. There's housing affordability. Residents develop their annual budgets as well as their capital improvement plans for that 10-year period. And they, as a membership, get to vote on any improvements and budget adjustments. So they really have a good amount of time that they're given notice if there is going to be a lot rent increase. So they can really be ensured that their lot rent is going to stay affordable over time. We have a community here in Kalispell that's been resident owned for 11 years, and they have had one lot rent increase of $15. Their lot rent right now is $315 a month. And we did an appraisal for them last year in 2020, and that showed that the average lot rent in the Flathead is $450 a month. So really, their lot rents are much more affordable than an investor-owned park, and they maintain that over, in perpetuity, much like a land trust keeps those expenses over time. So they're able to make many decisions that include voting in their board of directors. They vote on all of their budgets and improvements in the community. And they're also able to give input with us to be able to do special projects in the community that really fit their culture. Like if there's many kids, like in this photo, we would work with the community to get a playground installed, or there's other communities who have barbecue pits and horseshoes and picnic tables and that kind of thing, or community gardens. And if they're large enough, many of our communities have community centers that they utilize. So it really depends on the culture of the community. Each one has a completely different culture from the other and different needs, and we're able to work with them to meet their goals. We also provide leadership training to the residents. So we have our annual Rock Summit that we do that is local here to Montana. Any resident in the state is invited to attend, and we try to keep it very low barrier. And so we provide scholarships for them to attend that include per diem costs for gas and food on your travel, and then all of the accommodations and food are covered during the training. Rock USA also offers the same type of training, but it's based in New Hampshire, and they have that full scholarship as well for residents. So we really try to have a lot of great support and services and training to really bolster that leadership in each of the communities. Okay. Now it's frozen. Oh, there we go. Good grief. Sorry, guys, I don't use this very often. Can you tell me how I go back slides?
Oh, I think you can try at the bottom of your slide screen. If you hover your mouse on that, on a corner,
there we go. Oh my goodness, it was all covered up. Apologies. Yep. So what is next on the horizon? We are closing a park that is 30 units in Columbia Falls next Thursday. So that is really exciting. We also have a 49-unit park under contract, and we're just getting going on that in Immigrant. We have a goal of bringing 100 units into resident ownership each year. We are working with the state. Last year, legislators passed a bill that allowed 100% of an owner's tax liability, their state capital gains taxes to be forgiven if they sold to the residents. And it was really wonderful. The state agreed to send out letters notifying all current park owners of that program each year. And so this year those went out, I believe, in December, and we had some really great responses from park owners reaching back out to the state asking for more information. And so that has been a really great benefit to the ROC program to get some better information out to current park owners. And then we have been working with the city of Missoula. We received a CDBG CV grant award specifically for acquisitions of new parks in the city of Missoula. And that's our first time getting grant dollars for acquisitions in the program. So that is very exciting. For some of the pieces on the horizon for post-purchase, we are working with the state to provide down payment assistance on manufactured housing units. We have been working with some of our communities who have vacant lots to do infill in their communities to balance their budgets and have more revenue. And one of the biggest challenges we found is for people to get financing on manufactured housing units, they have to have that down payment. And that has been the biggest barrier for getting people in these units. And so we are hoping to launch that in the next couple of months with the Board of Housing. We're testing some new strategies. We were placing used units that we renovated in those to infill, and that really has proven to be difficult. Manufactured housing can be a little deceiving when you place a home and you think you have a budget around a renovation, and it really can open up a whole different can of worms and take a lot of staff time to coordinate all of that renovation. So we are currently working with a Next Step to place a new home in one of our communities as an infill effort. And so we hope to have that placed this spring and up for sale in our community in Great Falls. And so we'll be able to report back on how that goes. Then we are working with our current resident-owned communities, their boards, engineers, and local municipalities on multiple infrastructure grant applications across the state. Many of the communities we work with have quite a bit of deferred maintenance through them. And so much of the time we need to work with our communities to replace the septic and sometimes the water systems. And so that's the main part of our focus over the next couple of years with some of our communities, and then managing those grants and getting the projects completed. So we've really seen a lot of impact from COVID has been around member engagement, and that's something we've really heard is a big priority for a lot of the organizations here today. So really our main focus as a team is getting out in our communities and trying to bring the membership back together. You know, our communities that really had great member engagement are still doing okay after the last 2 years, getting engagement and making sure that people are really staying active in their communities. But the communities that were struggling prior to COVID really have seen a sharp drop off of engagement. And so really trying to brainstorm around what things will get engagement fired back up while still, you know, trying to observe those COVID-19 protocols. Really re-engaging with boards on trainings and engagement over the last 2 years. We have moved to totally virtual board meetings for our attendance as TAs. And so that has also led to, you know, not as good of communication and partnership, I feel like, with our boards. And so getting back out in the communities and reestablishing those relationships and getting more training in place for those boards that have had turnover. And then we are very excited. We are holding our first Rock Summit since COVID-19 in person in Great Falls in September. And again, we invite every resident in all of our parks in the state to attend that. And so I believe we had 25 or so attendees at our last one that was held in 2019. And so we're really hoping now that we have a few more communities since that time that we will have really great attendance and be able to re-engage our board members and membership and get that member engagement back up. And then ROC USA has really been trying to have a good response to COVID-19, getting folks engaged and trained. And, you know, because we have communities all across the state, and that can be a challenge, and they have communities all across the country, training can be a challenge. They have engaged a really excellent trainer to create a whole new platform around training residents that will be available online, and folks can take those courses at their own convenience and time. And then there's also going to be other training that is set up to be live and get residents engaged with one another across the country as well. So really looking forward to those training opportunities coming online for the residents. And then this is our ROC team. So Adam is located in Helena as a program specialist. Autumn works out of our Great Falls office as a program specialist. And then I work out of an office in Kalispell. And then I don't know if we want to take questions now or have Kaya present and then take questions.
Why don't we jump to me and I'll try to keep it pretty short and then take questions. There were a couple of questions in the chat and maybe you could help do a better job of answering those than I just did, Danielle, by responding via chat. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so we really wanted to share the ROC model because we see a lot of parallels between ROCs and community land trusts, obviously a lot of differences, but certainly much that we all can learn together and hopefully some areas where we can collaborate going forward. I wanted to show you all the financial model and point out a couple aspects of the financial model that are really critical to the ROC program's success and viability. That may also spark some ideas around other models we can be pursuing in the state. The document I'm going to pull up is very overwhelming, not a great visual tool for Zoom, but you guys will have access to the PDF afterwards. I'm hoping that Trust Montana can share that with everyone. And hopefully it'll be a good resource and reference in terms of what is the ROC model and how does it work? So don't be afraid when I bring this document up. Okay. So hopefully I can minimize this. All right. So this is the model. Can you guys all see my screen? Can someone just like verbally affirm because I can't see you all?
Yeah, I can see it.
Awesome. Thanks, Austin. So there's really three main components to our financial projections. There's the acquisition budget. What all is it going to take to purchase the community? There's the financing, and then there's the operating budget or the operating costs. So really any real estate deal is going to have a budget or a financial projection that includes all those components. A couple of things that are really important to note about the ROC model. We typically are only working with communities of 10 homes or more. Smaller than that, it's just really tough to make it financially viable. And we really are looking for communities with fewer than 25% rental units. So we're looking for primarily owner-occupied communities. We do get fees out of this work. So I think that's an important part of making sure that we all are finding ways to sustain this work long-term. It takes a lot of staff time to pull off a program like this. And we charge a 3 to 4% basically origination fee at closing. That's a really important part of our program sustainability. We also charge ongoing technical assistance fees. If ROC USA is the lender, they build that fee into their loan interest rate and pay us directly. If they're not, we have to negotiate that directly with the residents. But in most cases, when we're working with a local lender, they are requiring that the community have technical assistance going forward. And so most communities are engaging with us in that way and all of those great services and supports that Danielle just explained. In most of these communities, we do a full property conditions assessment going in. As Danielle mentioned, there can be a lot of deferred maintenance or just, a lot of these properties were built in 1960 or before. So sewer and water systems tend to have a lot of needs. And we want to make sure that we're not setting the residents up for an unknown headache and an unknown cost going forward. And then I also wanted to point out here that we set the communities up with pretty significant financial reserves at closing. So they have a debt service reserve that could cover up to 1 month of their debt payments, and they have a working capital reserve that could cover up to 1.5 months of their operating expenses. Those are set aside at closing out of loan funds. And these are just really important kind of stability measures and contingency measures that we've seen a lot of communities use and have been really important. And then of course, significant reserves at closing, depending on the community needs that are identified through that engineering assessment. One thing I also wanted to point out here that I skipped over is that, hold on, not that one, this one. One of the really critical parts of making these projects work is that ROC USA provides a forgivable pre-development loan. So the communities get a loan up front that they can use to pay for things like the earnest money, the engineering assessment, the appraisal, any of those activities that need to happen prior to purchase in order for the community to make a good decision about whether purchasing the community is the right fit. If the property becomes resident owned, that loan is payable at closing and is rolled into the permanent financing. But if the project dissolves and goes away for whatever reason, that loan is forgivable. And I think that's I know many folks working in the development world and CLT world, that pre-development money can be hard to come by, and something for us all to think about whether there's some collective way that we could build something similar for land trusts. Okay, another really critical part of the ROC model is designated financing. So ROC USA, they have a community development financial institution, they have a loan fund, and they have a set product that we know we can build into our projections. And as long as we meet their overall criteria, which we're very familiar with at this point, we can access their financing for the communities we serve. That is super handy when we go to negotiate with a seller, where we can give them a financing letter that says, yep, it's not fully approved, but this lender is completely on board with making sure that financing is available. And then we have had success with local lenders. So Glacier Bank, Clearwater Credit Union, and Opportunity Bank have all provided first mortgages to ROCs in Montana at this point. And then NeighborWorks Montana typically comes in with secondary financing. So, you know, they've got vacant lots, they have future revenue potential, but they can't pay on that right now. We'll give them a 0% deferred loan for a couple of years. We have a lot of flexibility to make sure that the projects have the financing that's affordable for them. Okay, just a couple other things I wanted to point out. Property taxes. I know community land trusts, you all deal with this. As has been mentioned before, resident-owned communities are set up as nonprofits in the state of Montana. And for us, that's mainly about giving communities access to the property tax mitigation that comes with being a 501c3 nonprofit. Because we have so few local resources and state resources to support this work, property tax abatement can end up being a pretty significant cost reduction that makes these projects viable long-term. Unfortunately, there are certainly some places in the state where they really dislike that option. They don't like that the property taxes aren't being paid and that the communities are receiving services. And I think that that is an issue that we're going to have to face more and more and really explore whether there are some alternatives to the current approach. Most communities choose to engage property management. At a minimum, they have to have a outside third-party bookkeeper and CPA, but many communities choose to have full service property management. And that allows their members and their board to really focus on some of those other types of community projects and community engagement that Danielle talked about, rather than spending all of their time handing out community rules violations or dealing with delinquent rents. But it's something that communities have a lot of conversation about and often will change over time.
Kaya,
yeah.
ROC USA just started requiring that they have full service management now if they're financed from them, yeah.
Okay, that's good to know, thanks. Okay, and then the last two things I wanted to point out, these communities usually do have a rent increase at acquisition, and Danielle shared the data with you about some of the communities that have been longer standing, that their rents are lower than current market. And that has proven out after 5 years, these communities typically do have rents below market, but at acquisition, they typically do have a rent increase. Historically, that was somewhere around $25 a month, but in the current market and the current prices that are having to be paid for properties, we're seeing communities having to approve up to $100 lot rent increase. In this, and even more, I think the most recent one we did was 105 or 106. So this is an example where you have current rents of $375, they're having to bump up to $475. And you can see that that is still really affordable compared to what folks would pay for a rental unit in any given market in the state. And then lastly, at the bottom line, all of that adds up to making sure that the communities have the ability to cover all of their expenses and their debt. So at a minimum, we're looking for $1.05 for every dollar of debt that the community has to pay. So a 1.05 debt coverage ratio. This is a lot tighter than what you would see on a tax credit project or on a commercial project in general, but it is a debt coverage ratio that the lenders we work with have been able to get comfortable with. And all the communities we've worked with have, been able to manage on those tight budgets. The goal is to break even, not to turn a profit. So I know that was a really quick overview, but like I said, this document will be available for everyone, and our notes on kind of how we do it and why are here, and hope that that's a good reference for everybody going forward. All right, I'll stop. We don't have too much time for questions, but maybe a couple.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Kaya and Danielle. It looks like you all answered the questions in the chat. If there's any other questions, we can probably fit one more in. It looks like the chat is pretty quiet, so I'll just say thank you so much for your time. Kaya and Danielle, we really appreciate it. And it was so interesting to see the pro forma. I've never seen it broken down like that. So that was actually a good visual, I thought.
Yeah, that was super helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So we will break right now for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back with Lori and Bill from Trust Montana to talk about current SEH issues and opportunities in Montana. So thanks everyone. See you in a few. All right, welcome back everybody. Now we are going to move into our next session, which is all about current SEH issues and opportunities. And I will let Bill share his screen. I think, Bill, you're going first, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. So yeah, these next two sessions are from my coworkers. Bill Henry is a stewardship coordinator for Trust Montana. And next will be Lori Freeman, our general counsel at Trust Montana. So Bill, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thanks guys. Thanks, Austin. Everybody can see my screen all right?
Yep,
okay.
I can see it.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, so I'm Bill Henry. I'm the stewardship coordinator for Trust Montana. And today I'd like to talk to you guys about homebuyer initiated programs for community land trusts in Montana. I started working for Trust Montana in November of 2020, and we just got our first house closed in our homebuyer choice program, which is a homebuyer initiated program. So that's really exciting, and I'm really excited to tell you guys all about it. So first things first, what is a homebuyer initiated program? So in simplest terms, the process is the homebuyer gets a lender pre-approval and meets with the real estate agent. Homebuyer then applies to the community land trust for program funds to be used towards the total purchase of the home. Homebuyers and their agents then go house shopping with the guarantee from their own lender and the CLT. And at closing, the land is split from the home, and through the ground lease, the home becomes permanently affordable. So my crude graphic here shows, the lenders and buyer savings. the mortgage and lenders and buyer savings plus program funding equals new home, which is a really great process, but there's a lot more to it than just that. So why do we want to do buyer initiated programs? There is some cost savings in comparison to doing new construction, which can be costly right now due to supply chain disruptions and labor shortages. The benefit of these programs is they convert existing housing stock into permanently affordable homes, which is one of the main benefits that community land trusts offer. And there's also a lot of flexibility with these programs. A developer can sell a newly constructed home to a participant. It doesn't just have to be used homes. And then you could also couple this program, a program like this, with rehabilitation and sweat equity as well. So there's a lot of opportunities for that in some of the hotter markets. So, the big question is where the program funding will come from. So we did our program using HUD funds from the Montana Department of Commerce, but there's also the opportunity to do private foundation grants and also private fundraising as well. MTDOC and HUD have money to spend on affordable housing in Montana, so that's a good option. It's going to be there. However, there is some more flexibility that you have with not having the HUD requirements. Such as area median income, which for us was set at 80%. And then also the max purchase price of the home for Missoula County was $350,000. So our new CLT home was purchased with a combination of mostly public dollars, but with our small private donation as well. We invested $100,000 in a $350,000 home. So the process for getting the homebuyer initiated program started is you want to have a clear application and program criteria for buyers, one that's going to align with the HUD rules if you're using public funding. You want to make sure that that application has homebuyer education certificates, 2 months pay stubs and bank statements, and 2 years of tax returns, and then as well as the standard CLT form application as well. That income qualification that you're going to do is good for 6 months. You'll want to requalify as needed as long as the home buying process takes. And HUD requires final requalification before closing as well. So after you've selected your applicants through a lottery or however you want to go about doing that, you want to have them sign a buyer agreement, which is really important. It's between the CLT and the buyer and their real estate agent. It restates all of the program criteria that's required to receive funding. And the real estate agent agrees to share their documentation with the community land trust. So essentially the buy-sell agreement, before it's sent off to the sellers, you want to review that and make sure that it's following all program guidelines. So after they sign the buyer agreement, you want to say happy home hunting. At this point, you want to rely on the real estate agent's experience for negotiating the sale of the home. You want to remain a silent partner, but you also want to make sure that you review the buy-sell before it gets signed by the sellers as well. Just as an example, when we were developing the program, we talked with the Burlington, Vermont CLT, and I asked them a question. I was like, hey, do you know if any of these applicants are going to go after the same home? Does that situation ever get kind of sticky? And they said that they didn't know. Typically, they send people off with their guarantee from the community land trust. And then the sellers, or the buyers come back with a buy-sell agreement that's all signed. And then they take it from there with their next procedures. We wanted to be more involved in the negotiations for our pilot. We felt it was important to have a firm grasp on every aspect of the process before we started relinquishing control over it. We wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything in the buy-sell that was going to go against HUD rules. So if you're using HUD funds, after the buy-sell is signed by the seller, there's a number of things that you're going to have to do. You want to get a housing quality standards inspection, or there will be a UPCS inspection in Montana in the future, and those are slightly different. You want to have an environmental assessment done. Ours was done by the county, Missoula County, which was really great. They were a partner of ours for the funding as well. You want to have the sellers sign a URA document, which is the Uniform Relocation Act. It's basically saying that the seller is selling their home voluntarily, that it's not being taken by the government because there's government funds being used. So that's important. They also want to submit the lead-based paint disclosure. That came tied in with our buy-sell agreement, so that was already off of the state. You want to send that final income qualification. And once you get the final lender underwriting 1008 from the lender, you want to send that over to them as well. Now you want to have the lender appraisal done too. That needs to be done in a leasehold. And I'm going to talk more about that in just a second. But then finally, you also want to have the title commitment from the title agency. And that must have separate land and home, separate land and home into 2 separate parcel descriptions. And then that'll help split the land at closing as well. So a word on the leasehold appraisals. There are Fannie Mae guidelines on how appraisers should handle a CLT appraisal. And that needs to be done via leasehold. So instead of getting 2 appraisals, one for the land and one for the home must be appraised before closing as if it were already in a leasehold interest. So for the appraiser, that'd be a hypothetical situation. The leasehold interest means the value the homeowner has in the home, considering that the land it is on is rented. So that's less than full market price. We want the amount of money that the CLT is bringing to the transaction should be at least 20% of the leasehold value, so that the buyer doesn't have to pay private mortgage insurance, which we went over with MBOH earlier as well. So here's a situation that could go great if you were to get 2 appraisals. Here you have an appraisal for the improvements, and here you have an appraisal for the land. This happens right before closing, and you find out, okay, great, the Community Land Trust is bringing enough funds to cover the cost of the land as well as a little bit of the home as well, providing further savings for the homeowner. Now, this is another scenario that could happen right before closing, which would be which would really gum up the works on the whole deal. And that's where the CLT funds are not enough to cover the land once you get 2 appraisals. And we'll find out that the homeowner, their homeowner and lender contribution would have to be more than what we initially bargained for. So that would be a bad scenario right before closing. You find out that you don't have enough money. You might have to go ask for more money from HUD, which might be tough. So the best way to avoid all of that is to just do a leasehold appraisal. So here you see that we have a leasehold interest, there are CLT program funds, and then the buyer's mortgage and savings. The CLT for our home that we just closed on, we gave $100,000. It came out to 31.5% of the leasehold interest. When it's done this way, we've secured the loan, we've followed Fannie Mae guidelines, and our client has gotten a PMI-free mortgage. So that's a win all across the board there. Okay, and so here, when we finally get to the closing procedure, the seller executes the warranty deed to the income qualified buyer. That's for the whole property. The buyer then immediately executes the warranty deed for the land only to the Community Land Trust. The buyer and CLT executes ground lease, which for us is 30 pages, so we don't want to have that recorded. So instead, we record the notice of ground lease referencing the ground lease. And then the buyer executes their promissory note for the mortgage instrument in favor of the lender based on that leasehold value, and which is not the full market value. And then the funds are dispersed, and then the CLT commences long-term stewardship of the property. So that's kind of like a very simplified way of going about explaining how we did everything, but I'd be happy to answer some more questions after as well. Just a couple notes from our experience. Communicating with every party is key. I think what keeps coming up in this conference is that we're talking a lot about education and keeping everybody aware of all of the complexities of doing a CLT transaction, especially the Home Buyer Choice Program, which was the first of its kind in the state to ever happen. So that was especially complicating. So we want to make sure that we're talking with the state, the county, The secondary market, titles companies, lenders, real estate agents, and home buyers all need to be kept apprised of the situations. Another aspect that we noted was that, oops, excuse me. Another aspect that we noted was that real estate agents are hugely important to the success of the program. A lot of real estate offices have weekly meetings to kind of catch up with everybody in the office, and those can be a good opportunity to promote the program as well. Just getting into a different real estate office every week into their weekly meetings and giving them information about the program. We want to rely on real estate agents' expertise in negotiating and really try to make the CLT not the focus of the deal. Some sellers could love us and think it's great, and then that's awesome. CLTs could focus on the deal, but other times that could not be the case. And so we want to not get in the way of making that happen. Let's see. So next steps, we want to help you guys set up a buyer-initiated CLT program in your community. We've done the first one on January 10th, and so we're excited to get this going for the rest of the year. There will need to be grant funding for the subsidy, whether public or private. Communities with more moderate median home prices are really ideal for this program. And then hot markets should really couple with rehab, sweat equity programs, and maybe look at doing some commercial to residential conversions as well. But yeah, thanks very much for the time to talk to you guys. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
All right, great. So it looks like there aren't any questions in the chat, so I'll just pass it over to Lori to share her slides and do her presentation.
All right, there we are.
Great, we can see it.
Well, good afternoon, and thanks for having me speak as well. It's really exciting to see the variety of speakers and topics. I'm super excited to hear from Foothold right after me, so please make sure you stay on because that's going to be really exciting and really interesting at the end of the day. So as Austin said, I'm Lori Freeman. I also work with Trust Montana. I'm going to take kind of a totally different look at things than Bill did. And I'm going to encourage you to really look at and become familiar with the legal and practical support for doing what we do as community land trusts on a daily basis. I think sometimes we get carried away in the day-to-day work and don't really understand the basis for what we're doing. So the title of my presentation is CLTs in the Law. How did we get here and where do we go? So based on that title, I think it's important that we start back at the very beginning. And it's widely recognized that New Communities, Inc. was the first organization to try the community land trust model in 1969 in Albany, Georgia. And this is not so far in the past, it's in my lifetime, while it may not be in all of yours. It's not that long ago. They had some struggles with some discriminatory lending practices, but they were able to collect restitution, and they are a very viable and active organization today. As a result of that, ICE, the Institute for Community Economics, published an article that explained how the community land trust model would work. A lot of community land trusts started popping up after this, primarily in rural areas. But as we reached later into the 1970s and early 1980s, some of these community land trusts started trying to work in more urban settings. I'm going to get my picture off the screen, it's bothering me. In more urban settings, and started focusing on housing and revitalization. There was also a higher priority for serving disadvantaged people and communities. And in 1982, ICE published the Community Land Trust Handbook to help community land trusts get off the ground and start working. This was also about the time that the preemptive purchase option, and resale formulas. Really became a key component of the community land trust model. Then in 1991, so if you notice, important things happen about every 10 years in the community land trust world. So in 1991, ICE published the community land trust legal model with model documents. So this was the first ICE community land trust ground lease that some of you may have heard about or even maybe using some form of. Also at this time in 1992, community land trust leaders wanted to have some national recognition for community land trusts. So they asked Bernie Sanders, who carried an amendment to the Affordable Housing Act, which included a definition of community land trusts. This also worked to open some federal funding. Also about the same time, Fannie Mae developed ground lease riders and guidance for appraisers, which made it much easier to finance the purchase of a community land trust home. So we're going great guns. It's been about 30 years and two different models start to take hold for community land trusts. One, probably the more popular, is where the community land trust owns title to the land and then uses a ground lease to enforce use and resale restrictions to ensure that the home remains affordable in perpetuity. Connecticut took a hold of this model and actually had a comprehensive act enacted in 1990 concerning community land trusts. Kind of the other model is where the CLT doesn't actually own title, but has an interest in the property as a covenant holder. So the property owner would grant the community land trust or other affordable housing organization restrictive covenants, which would be very similar to those restrictions in a ground lease. And those covenants would attach to the property and run with the land. Maine was one of the first states who enacted statutes along these lines, allowing affordable housing covenants, and that was enacted in 1991. So moving right along, and I want to say, regardless of whether or not a state had statutory authority, community land trusts continue to grow across the country. The fact that there were not statutes didn't hold anybody back. So then in 2002, another 10 years later, ICE updated the legal manual, and then they dissolved in 2008. The National CLT Network then took the torch. They're now Grounded Solutions. And in 2011, published one of the most important documents that I think most CLTs rely on right now, and that's the technical model and model ground lease. I would imagine that most community land trusts across the country, as well as in the state, use some form of this model ground lease today. Also, about this time, several other states jumped on board and started enacting comprehensive acts for CLTs using ground leases. And Oregon also adopted deed restrictions statutes, allowing deed restrictions to support affordable housing. In 2021, yet 10 years after, Grounded Solutions published the Model Declaration of Affordability Covenants with Refinance and Resale Restriction and Purchase Option. That's quite a mouthful, I understand, but there's a reason for why that's so complicated. It really is intended to give notice to anyone who sees this document exactly what those covenants entail and what kind of restrictions are placed on the property. So to be really clear, Grounded Solutions made sure that the title explained all of that. So this brings us up to current times, and you might be wondering what's happened in Montana. Oops, I'm going backwards. What's happened in Montana? So the progress in Montana. This is a picture here of Whittier Court, which is in Missoula. It was completed in 2002 and is a property owned by North Missoula Community Development Corporation. I believe this was the first community land trust property in Montana. And then by 2017, there were a handful of active CLTs across the state, generally operating pursuant to the guidance from the technical manual and the model ground lease. With some encouragement from the CLT practitioners, though, people wanted some state recognition for the CLT model, similar to federal recognition that we had in about 20 years ago. And so with some encouragement, Representatives Fern and Gardner introduced House Bill 200. It was proposed in 2017 and did pass, and it includes a definition of community land trusts in the Montana statutes. One problem I see is that it is contained in the Unit Ownership Act, and the Unit Ownership Act is one part of Title 70, which deals with property, and it's very specific to condominiums and townhouses. So in my opinion, it's probably not the best location for that definition, but nevertheless, that's where it resides. This is what the statute says. I'm not going to read through it. It's relatively short. Like I said, it's just a definition of community land trust, but I'll focus more on what the positives and negatives of that language were. So community land trusts were recognized as nonprofit organizations exempt from taxation. CLTs were also recognized as having the ability to hold title to land separate from housing units. So I think you've seen that picture before. And CLTs also were recognized as preserving affordable housing. Some of the negatives included the fact that CLTs were limited to holding land beneath housing units. This seemed to preclude community land trusts from owning property under multifamily units, farmland, commercial buildings. And if you'll recall earlier in this summit, Ermina mentioned that community land trusts, really the goal is to hold title to land in trust for the community. So for the needs of whatever the community may have. Now, right now, obviously, affordable housing is of utmost importance, but there may be a time when community land trusts are holding title to land for other purposes. There needs to be more farmland in the community, or commercial buildings, a corner store in a larger housing development. So it's unfortunate that that first statute limited community land trusts to owning title under housing units. The statute also changed the definition of a condominium and explicitly excluded community land trusts from holding land under a condominium. So this last year in 2021, there were some efforts to amend the statute. And a couple of those concerning points were addressed so that community land trusts are no longer limited to holding land under housing units, but can own land under any kind of unit, specifically including condominiums. The statute still remains in the Unit Ownership Act, which has caused some confusion. Community land trusts are not really the same as a condominium or townhome. It's not a third type of ownership that would really belong in the Unit Ownership Act. Instead, in fact, they are not able to take advantage of some of the zoning exemptions that condominiums and townhomes are allowed to take advantage of. It's better to think of the community land trust as kind of an overlay to all of these types of home ownership. The community land trust can own title to the land under all of these types of units. Just wanted to clear that up because there is some confusion, and perhaps if the statute is amended again, we might consider taking it out of the Unit Ownership Act and having it stand alone. So according to current Montana law, community land trusts can now hold title to land beneath both townhomes and condominiums. And this is important because townhomes and condominiums do, like I said, have some zoning exemption opportunities. They might be less expensive to build, quicker to build, and great opportunities for developing more affordable housing. Before we get into how we can actually use CLTs in these situations, let's make sure we understand what townhomes and condominiums are. So townhomes, there's a picture, visual you can have there on the left. Unit owners or townhome owners own their individual unit. And as you can see, they may share a common wall, although according to statute, that's not required. But typically they share at least one common wall. There is no other unit above them or below them. So the unique thing about a townhome is that the owner also owns title to the footprint below the townhome. Maybe not the front yards and the backyards, but the footprint of that townhome goes with the unit. So the unit owner has separate title to the footprint of the land below their unit. Hopefully that makes sense. On the other hand, with a condominium, and you get the picture there on the right, it's more like an apartment complex where unit owners might be scattered throughout the building, and there's no opportunity for them to have any designated ownership in the land. In fact, all of the unit owners would own the land as a common element, so they own an undivided interest in the land. They also are required to maintain that land as well as other common elements of the condominium, like the roof, the siding, the doors, the playgrounds, whatever comes along with that condominium. So here's where things get a little bit more messy, and I hope that I don't lose you here. I'm just going to throw out some ideas on how we might be able to use community land trusts with townhomes and condominiums. I'm not saying that these are the answers, but I do want to give you something to think about, and I'd encourage you to talk to me or share your ideas if you think these will or won't work or have other creative ideas. So like I said, with a townhome, a person owns, just checking the time, a person owns the unit and separate title to the land under the unit. So the community land trust could hold title to the footprint while the owner owns the improvements on that unit. And this is the same way the community land trust would work with a single family home. Another possibility is the community land trust owns the land under the entire townhome development, but then the land would not be a common element subject to the HOA, and the CLT might be taking on more responsibility for that land than they really want to have. Granted, they could pass some of those responsibilities on to the homeowners through their ground lease, but there might be more general elements such as pathways through the property or courtyards that the community land trust would be responsible for. So what about condominiums? Kind of some of the same problems, but we don't have the opportunity to own separate title under each individual unit. So say the community land trust owns the land under the entire condominium project and leases an undivided interest in the land to each of the individual unit owners. There we have the same problem I just mentioned with the townhomes, in that the land would not be a common element. And I say that because common elements cannot be separated from the unit, according to Montana law. So it would not be a common element subject to the condo association rules. And again, the CLT might be biting off more than they want as far as maintaining those properties. The other thing the community land trust could do is sign a ground lease with the condominium association. That ground lease could make the association responsible for all parts of the land, but then the CLT would be relying on the condo association to enforce the ground lease as to each individual unit owner. It might be a little more removed from each owner than the community land trust would like to be. And finally, I believe this was the general model that was used in Big Sky, although that's probably overly simplified. The community land trust owns the entire property in condominium, all the condominium units, and then sells the right to a long-term lease in each individual unit. So basically, they're just selling a leasehold interest with typical ownership rights. So the owner of the leasehold interest can paint the walls and do all the things that an owner of a condominium could do, but technically just holds a leasehold interest in the property. The owner of that leasehold can sell the leasehold, so it's really very similar to owning title, but they don't actually have title, fee simple title to anything. So remember when I talked to you about restrictive covenants? What about that? Would that be an easier option for us to use in Montana when it comes to townhomes and condominiums? Well, Montana has historically really been opposed to using covenants in general on real property, and especially restrictive covenants. The statute still stands, but the Montana Supreme Court has continually eroded that strict language and really seems to be allowing restrictive covenants now. Of course, any kind of restrictive covenant would have to be very clear. Both parties would have to understand exactly how it worked and what they were doing. But basically, the Montana Supreme Court has looked at those as a contract, and they have been enforced. If you decide to use, and I want to say too, restrictive covenants have a lot of different names. So a restrictive covenant, deed restrictions, those are the same things. If you think that you want to try deed restrictions or covenants to try to protect the affordability of, say, a condominium, I'd strongly encourage you to read the model declaration put out by Grounded Solutions and the commentary to that model document. It's an excellent document. It came up with some ideas that I never would have thought of. One point I want to make is that they suggest that the CLT or the program manager is what they refer to the organization as, that they get a program mortgage from the property owner. The property owner would give the program manager the declaration of covenant. So they're promising that they'll follow all of the restrictions, which are very similar to those that are in the ground lease that most community land trusts use. But the property owner agrees to these covenants, but they also sign a mortgage, which is securing the fact that they're going to follow those covenants. This gives the community land trust or the organization kind of some teeth in the event that the homeowner does not follow those declarations. They could foreclose that mortgage. It also protects them in the event of a sale of the property because that mortgage is going to show up. Any prospective purchaser of property is going to want to make sure that every mortgage is cleared from the property before they purchase it. So that's just giving them notice that there's some other interest here that needs to be checked out, and the community land trust or the program manager would get notice that the property is being sold. So there's a lot of other great details in that model declaration that you should look at if you're considering trying your hand at covenants or deed restrictions in Montana. I encourage you to look at that. So what's next in Montana? Should we consider an Affordable Housing Act for Montana? I've looked at a lot of different acts. South Carolina has a great act. It's focused on community land trusts and the use of ground leases, but it also specifically allows for restrictive covenants in complex situations such as condominiums. So that might be a great model to start from. But such a comprehensive statute can also be a double-edged sword. What if the legislature wants to dictate CLT management and how the community land trust operates? What if they want to set the income levels for qualified buyers and don't give community land trust the flexibility to set those income levels for various projects? What if the legislature decides that they're going to establish the resale formulas for community land trust properties? So I think we need to be really careful if we do want to introduce an Affordable Housing Act in Montana, and just make sure that we pay close attention to the details. I'd encourage everyone to keep thinking creatively, but proceed cautiously. I think we can rely on current legislative recognition of the CLT model and move forward with that language, and understand that community land trusts can own title to the land below various types of units. And finally, it's imperative that if we're going to do something new, we should look at the model forms and that comprehensive legal analysis that's provided by Grounded Solutions. We were fortunate enough to have Tony Pickett speak this morning. Grounded Solutions is really the leader in supporting what we do on a day-to-day basis. So with that, I think I'd like to open it to questions for either Bill or I think would be great.
I don't see, I see one question in the chat from Patricia asking, is that a real building? This slide.
That's the future.
Yeah. Nice.
I have a question, Austin. It's Kaya.
Yep, go ahead, Kaya.
Question for Lori. I mean, you've done an incredible amount of research. What do you see as, I don't know, like when we're looking at this 8-plex, we're trying to figure out what the right model is. And I feel like maybe we're duplicating some effort. So as we look at different models and we try to understand the legal and structural considerations, what do you recommend for how best to navigate that?
Again, I think it's really important that we share resources and talk and kind of debate and argue through those issues. What is the best way to set, whether it's a condominium type project or a townhome type project, and what is the best way to do that? Because we don't have very good guidance from our legislature and from our statute. So we might want to look at other states. But I also would go back to what Tony Pickett said and use Grounded Solutions. They have a website and a question portal where we can ask questions. And we might want to run by some of our ideas by them and see what they think. I don't think it's an easy answer to give you the bottom line. And I think we need to really make sure that our documents are in order and that we're proceeding with the best information that we have. I think we could set it up in any number of ways. We just should maybe have a little bit more conversation before we make the final decision.
And we have a question from Kim Morisaki. She asks, when did it become legal for a CLT to own the land under a townhome?
Well, I guess I would answer that. Just the definition of a townhome is that the unit owner owns separate title to the land beneath the unit. So I guess we're operating on the same premise that we do with a single family home, that the community land trust can own title to the land under the single family home. I would argue that it's the same situation, that the community land trust can own title to the land under a townhome. Okay. I can't tell you that the statute is very vague. So there's no specific authorization for it, but there's really no specific authorization in statute that community land trust can hold the land under a home. That's really based on court authority, which does say that people can divide their property any which way they want to. horizontally, vertically.
Lori, and maybe Ermina can correct me if I misstated this, but I think where we arrived in Missoula was that the 75-year leasehold interest that homeowner had was tantamount to owning the land underneath the home, so therefore acceptable to the city.
So Jesse was involved in that situation, and he's offering his thoughts on that right now, actually. So
that's great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, Jesse Dodson here. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
I'm trying out some new technology here, but Lori is absolutely right. And I kind of typed away before I heard her whole question. But one thing that struck me about the question was, I don't think it was ever illegal for the CLT to own the land underneath the townhome. The Unit Ownership Act already allows for leasehold estates and for condominiums and townhomes to be established on leasehold estates without regard to whether CLT is mentioned in the act or not. So I was just going to throw that in there, that I don't think that the changes that have occurred to the statute have made it legal or more legal or less legal for a CLT to own land in Montana, whether it's a townhome, condominium, or just regular fee simple.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let's see. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any questions. Other questions in the chat. I think that's it for now. And we have just about 2 minutes, and then we'll start our final presentation today with Sam Atkins of Foothold. So I will just put us all on pause for just a couple minutes and then let Sam take it away. Thank you so much, Lori and Bill. Really appreciate your presentations. All right, great. So next up we have Sam. Thank you so much for sticking with us, everyone, for the final session of the day. I'm really excited to hear about Foothold's work in Montana. Sam Atkins is the president and co-founder of Foothold, founded in 2020 by Sam and his business partner, Hannah Van Wetter. Foothold is a public benefit corporation that is addressing the shortage of missing middle homes in communities around Montana. So Sam, I'll let you take it away. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Austin. Can you see my screen and hear me okay?
Yep, I can see your presentation and see you.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Well, yeah, everyone, again, I'm Sam, and super excited to be here and maybe change things up a little bit. Thanks for sticking it out to the end of the day. I'm not an expert in shared equity housing programs or CLTs or anything. So I've just found it super enlightening and inspiring to see all the work that people are doing, advancing housing affordability in all these different ways. So, and also as a relative newcomer to the affordable housing space, it's an honor to be here. So huge thanks to NeighborWorks and Trust Montana for putting this whole event on. So yeah, I'll just give you guys a brief rundown on Foothold and the work we've done to date and the work that we're doing in the future. This is one of my favorite quotes that I've stumbled on in my relatively limited time in the affordable housing space, but this is from author Connor Doherty's piece in the New York Times. Housing is, immensely complicated. It's a wicked problem. And at the end of the day, he says, there's simply put a dire shortage of housing in places where people and companies want to be. So that sums up, what has inspired us at Foothold to think about a product first method to address the missing middle of affordable housing. And, there's all these great tools and really smart people who are working on important stuff from, policy and LIHTC to, CLTs and all of it, all of those are critically important. But what we found when we started looking at this was oftentimes when projects go out to bid, that emphasis on affordability or all that hard work usually kind of falls flat. So with that, we tackled it by starting a company. So we did start working on it in 2020. We actually didn't officially incorporate until March of 2021. But we are a public benefit corporation, like Austin said. Our factory is based in Butte, and we prefabricate small, high quality homes. This is a picture of our prototype unit. It's the first one we ever built, and we landed it on a lot right in Uptown Butte. So I was flattered to be mentioned as a foothold developer in the, in the agenda and the materials. I would say we're not experienced developers by any means, and we're just jumping into that world. So I'll get to that later, but to tell you a little bit more about what we're building and how we're doing it, we offer 3 models right now. So these range in size from 400 square feet up to a little over 1,000. Every single one of our houses is assembled in what's called a volumetric modular way, which means they're 6-sided boxes that leave the factory and they're 80 to 90% complete. So, all the plumbing is done, all the electrical is done, the drywall is up, the walls are painted, the light switches work. It's a ready to move in house. And that really allows us to minimize the amount of site work that needs to be done and concentrate the labor in the factory, which is a huge part of it. All of our houses are also 100% electric. They're solar ready and built to the Department of Energy's net zero energy ready spec. So, our goal is to make these high performance and future proofed. So we have our factory over in Butte is 20,000 square feet. Butte's a great location because it allows us to serve, not just the main hot markets of Bozeman and Missoula and Kalispell, but, a number of smaller places in between. Out of that shop, we'll be able to hit 30 units a year of production. And, we might look at scaling up from there, but one thing that makes us a little bit unique in the prefabrication space is that we're fairly asset light. So we haven't invested heavily in robots or, technological wizardry, but our focus really is on creating high quality houses and building them efficiently out of the factory with real people who have good jobs. So the factory built environment just produces innumerable benefits. I could waste everybody's time and use up my entire time slot just talking about that. But in short, being inside allows us to place much more emphasis on our process and take better care of our materials, which means we can provide a better quality product faster and with a lot less waste. So all of these things, a lot of times people will ask, is prefabrication substantially cheaper? And historically, the answer has been no. We're not really driven by being the lowest cost construction alternative, but by being the best construction, the best use of money. And actually, as we've seen, construction material prices and labor shortages drive the cost of building up, not just in Montana, but all around the country. That's made prefab a lot more competitive and in some cases quite a lot cheaper, especially thanks to that waste reduction. So, and then a really important point to mention is that a big motivation for this is our employees. So, rather than the historic construction world, which tends to, burn people out and not be very fun in Montana, where you're shoveling snow off of a job site for 6 or sometimes 8 months a year, we are passionate about creating a good place for people to come work. Our entry-level carpenters are earning, the day they start, they're earning significantly above the median wage in Silver Bow County. We offer health benefits, retirement matching, and paid time off, all of which is fairly unique. One of my favorite anecdotes is a crew member of ours went and floated the Madison with his 2 kids on 4th of July. And he came back and said that's the first time in, you know, a couple decades of work that he's ever had a paid day off. So, you know, that as a boss feels really good to me. You know, this picture was taken actually just 2 weeks ago. And so framing in short sleeves when you're inside while it's snowing and blowing outside is, you know, that's also a plus. So how does it work right now? We are selling direct to customers who have land and who are interested in single family homes or accessory dwelling units. So of our pre-sales, we're split actually about 50-50 right down the middle of single family houses and ADUs. The ADUs are really popular in the hot markets, and single family homes are actually popular in places where it's just hard to get labor, which, you know, even in small towns like Deer Lodge or Belgrade or Twin Bridges is definitely the case. So part of our commitment towards increasing accessibility in the housing world is being open and transparent about cost. So we operate on a fixed price agreement where you know exactly how much your house is going to cost right up front when you sign the contract. So for us, for the Alder, that's $125,000, and that includes everything above the foundation. So, you know, $200 a square foot, a lot of people would say, yeah, that's, you know, not that affordable for construction, but, you know, I think a lot of people don't take into consideration, and there's actually great literature on this from Rocky Mountain Institute, the cost thresholds and total cost of ownership for a house. And so, you know, we are building with exterior insulation, high quality windows, air sealing all of our barriers and penetrations, and you know, that creates a house that you can heat with these high efficiency units that we've got, and your utility bills are practically nothing. And if you want to shell out for solar system right now, so all of our houses are pre-wired for that, the solar system very easily takes care of all of your utility bills. So, you know, these are just some of our thoughts on what, you know, the product that we want to build is, and how best to take it to market. Another thing that I'm proud to, you know, point out is that we're turning a house around right now in 8 weeks out of our factory. So that is from when we start framing the floor, like when you just saw in the last picture, to when it's finished and wrapped up and going out the door. You know, a lot of times we're having to order windows right now 2 months before we start production so that we have them in time. And that's just the way the whole world works. And, you know, we're not unique from any other construction company, offsite or otherwise in that regard. You know, a homeowner who's looking to place one of these on their lots is also right now going to need a general contracting partner to manage all of the on-site works. That's utilities, foundation, you know, site access, other considerations like that. And we actually I'm excited to offer in the next couple of months here that as a full wraparound service managed by Foothold. And so, you know, that just further increases our ability to be transparent and, you know, help people navigate this crazy complex world of building. So, you know, as much as we all like hearing about ADUs and these one-off projects for individuals, you know, what I'm really excited to talk to you guys about, and I'd love it to be, you know, feedback. Everybody here, I'm so impressed by the depth of expertise. So, you know, I'm sort of throwing this out here, and would love to hear back from you guys, your ideas as well. But is our model for small missing middle developments. We're working on this right now, and we actually have 3 pilot projects that over the next sort of 6 months to 1.5 years we'll be piloting in Butte, in Deer Lodge, and in Bozeman. So the defining features of these projects are small size, so ranging from 5 to 15 houses. You know, those are infill scale type projects. Proximity to utilities is always a plus. So, you know, being in town is great. We're engaging with some key partners, so ranging from philanthropic arms to you know, public offices, to private partners in the investment side of things that are really key, especially as we're working to get this off the ground. Key supporters. conceptually, I like to think of this kind of development as a bridge or a go-between between our market rate subdivision development and then subsidized housing, whether that's LIHTC or coal trust funding or new market tax credits. And that's really what the missing middle is all about, right? Is these people who, especially as the cost of home ownership continues to increase and wages stay fairly stagnant, this growing population in the middle is getting left out. So, I'd like to imagine that we're doing complementary work or inspired by the work that's taking place both with the Bridge Review subdivision and the Scott Street development project in Missoula, Bridge Reviews in Bozeman. And, I'd like to imagine that when this is successful, we can demonstrate the value of our product first approach to development, thinking about the house as the building block, and that we can use that as a model going forward. So with that, we'll sort of get into it. I'm thinking about it in 5 key areas. So land, construction, ownership, which is the sale and financing for the owner, the stewardship of affordability in the long term, and also project financing. So these are just some areas that we've identified. And, I just mentioned partnerships, but really maybe with the exception of construction, we're going to need partnerships in all of these areas for this model. And, we're also basing this blueprint off of some work that we've seen done in other places. And so the biggest success that I'll point to is Paul Major and the Telluride Foundation down in Colorado has done great work with rural school teacher housing down there. And I'd encourage anybody who's interested in learning more to seek out some information on that project. But just to reiterate, as is often the case whenever you're trying to do anything new, it helps to have some friends on board. So with that, land is really the golden egg of affordable housing, and especially in hot markets like Bozeman and Missoula. And so for us right now, where we've seen the biggest success in terms of land acquisition is leveraging the economic development narrative. So, whether it's workforce housing and you're talking to employers or talking to the local municipalities, making this not just an act of charity for supremely low income individuals, but this is truly the housing as a core component of the economic backbone for our communities. Finding those pieces of land that are otherwise overlooked or underutilized is a really good place to start. On the subject of partnerships, philanthropic partners have a huge amount of ability to have impact on this side in just tying land up, and especially thinking about the time value of money in a development environment. Watching land values appreciate the way they are in our beloved little towns is, it's scary. And so finding a partner who's willing to sort of take the leap and tie up the land while the rest of these details get figured out, it can be critically important. Cool. So, and then construction, we've talked about this already, but I'm drinking the prefab Kool-Aid, and I hope you guys are starting to as well. But by reducing waste and increasing our throughput and having a lot greater certainty in terms of our timelines and our production capacity, we can really build better and for at least the same price, if not cheaper now. Especially leveraging sort of the go-between between construction and land in the horizontal development, working with a product focused approach means that you're not reinventing the wheel for every single site for things like foundations or pulling utilities to the site. And this really goes back to the point of making a replicable blueprint where you have a design that you can adapt over and over again. So moving on to sort of the sale and ownership. down payment assistance and low cost financing are two high impact, I'll call them high impact practices that can significantly improve the access to home ownership. And, I don't imagine any of this is earth shattering or that, novel to the practitioners who are here, but a couple of thoughts that I have are, that taking this sort of right half of the screen and vertically integrating all or parts of this has significant ability to decrease the final sale costs. So, whether that's an integrated design build approach to the construction, or whether it's going all the way through from a single entity who's acquiring the land to being the sale entity, every step of the way you're reducing friction and additional costs. Likewise, divorcing any of these transaction points from expected market rate returns, not to call anybody greedy. It's really hard work developing and selling real estate, but to the extent that a ESG fund or program related investment, something like that, could step in here and relieve some of the pressure, especially in the markets like Bozeman and Missoula, that can make a huge difference. Oftentimes a matter of a couple of percentage points on return is what makes the difference between a viable and a not viable project to a developer. So finding those sort of creative approaches is going to be critical. Stewardship, this is really, the entire production today has been all about this, and it's well out of my area of expertise. So it's just been a masterclass for me in learning more about the architecture, and huge shout out to Lori. That was a great overview of kind of the mechanics of CLTs and also the history. And, definitely there's a lot of great horsepower in how we can continue to implement this in Montana. So I think, thinking about what I might be able to add to the discussion that I haven't heard covered today is, seeking out ways to reduce the total cost of ownership as a component or a tag along to the notion of stewardship of affordability. And, whether that's a revolving loan fund or a tax credit, in our case where our houses come out of the factory pre-wired for solar panels, it's really just a matter of financing the solar panel to go on the roof. And then all of a sudden you have this, lovely little house that you don't even have to pay anything to, turn on your lights and run your dishwasher and use your washer and dryer. So, and moving on to the last part here in project financing, and Nate touched on this a little bit in his presentation, but one of the major hurdles to scaling this idea of missing middle housing is the relative lack of financial tools that are available for these projects that fall outside of traditional instruments like LIHTC. So, and I think especially when you think about operating at scale, it's great to do a pilot project with 3 or 5 or 15 units. But when we want to address the total market shortfall, which, is easily into the thousands of units right now across Montana, we're going to need, some more sophisticated, some bigger tools. So in my mind, that looks like, like Nate was talking about, a hybrid structure between a nonprofit and a for-profit development arm, where you can get creative about marrying LIHTC funding with, things, support from community lenders or PRISG funding. Could also look like, could look like a mixed market rate and affordable development, stratifying home values according to a wider range of incomes, not limiting it strictly to 80% or below, but, having brackets for 150 to 120, 120 to 100, 100 to 80, and so forth, and being able to take each of those, the distribution of houses across those different brackets and dial that up and dial it down as your specific project needs change. So yeah, I'm actually wrapping up here a little, maybe I had too much coffee today, but wrapping up fairly quickly. But that is the the gist of what we're looking to do. So like I said, we have 3 projects that are underway, and actively seeking out partnership, whether that be CLT management or philanthropic support, or people who want to take this model and advance it in other locations. So I appreciate the opportunity to share our little vision for advancing housing affordability in Montana. And at this point, I would be happy to turn it over to whatever, I haven't looked at the chat or anything like that, whatever questions or comments people might have. So.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. There's a couple of questions in the chat. Patricia asked, would your houses plug into a geothermal system?
It's definitely a possibility. If you wanted to look at like a ground source heat pump, that's something that we've looked at. For right now, our houses are fully running off of just electricity. So they're infrared cove heaters, and then energy recovery ventilation on the air handling side of things. So, it's certainly an option. Where we're inspired by is this, if anybody's familiar with it, it's called the Pretty Darn Good House. And, it's these folks out of Vermont and Maine who've written extensively about the best sort of dollar to outcome value of different building technologies. And so for right now, it's really investing a lot in the thermal envelope and the building performance. Your mechanical systems, especially when you're focused on building small, are not unimportant, but they fall into kind of a second rung of hierarchy. So I think the geothermal thing, if it's something that you really are committed to, it's a cool idea, but the cost of digging and installing even a shallow ground source heat exchanger is very high compared to our little heaters that we're using. Definitely in Montana, our electric grid isn't as clean as we'd like it to be, but hopefully, especially as policy changes in Washington and Oregon, which are the major consumers of our kilowatt hours, that will encourage Montana to adopt more renewables, and we'll be moving into the future with electrification. So yeah, that's
great. Nice. And one question from Robin here: would transportation costs make these less affordable for rural communities in the state outside of Southwest Montana?
The short answer is yes. And I think that if I can expound on that a little bit, it's one of the main reasons why we don't see a lot of prefab in Montana. And, the rural geography of a place like Montana is a big part of why it's so hard to build, period, whether that's traditional construction or offsite. Shipping is definitely expensive. That $125,000 includes transportation anywhere within, for the Alder, includes transportation anywhere within that 250-mile radius. So, getting out of that, yes, it does start to get more expensive. Whether that's prohibitive or not depends on your individual project and what your considerations are. I mean, usually you're in a situation where rural communities have lower incomes, lower AMIs, and so what's deemed affordable is usually a lower dollar value. And so already you're pushing up against transportation. And I think, not to get too big for my britches, but the hope for Foothold really is to keep the model of the asset light facility. And, those are the idea being that the facility as a product is something that we could scale up or scale down by adding new ones in different geographic locations. And we actually looked all around the state, Great Falls, Butte, Billings, Missoula, Libby, when we were looking at starting this, and Butte happened to be sort of the best of the middle ground, but I don't see any reason why every community shouldn't have their own shop that's churning out somewhere between 30, 50, 100 houses a year. I'm not an expert in construction or building science, and it's definitely a lot of hard work, but there's no rocket science behind it. So, it's something that from our perspective, it's not a competition. It's, it's collaboration. The more, the merrier.
Awesome. Great. Well, thank you so much, Sam. I think that's it for our questions in the chat, unless anyone has a last minute question for Sam.
Sam, this is Dan Kazurski at Montana Department of Commerce. I just had a quick question. Number one, thanks for joining us. This has been fantastic. And the idea of...
Oh, you are muted.
Dan, I think you got muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so it's just music to our ears, certainly here, as construction prices have been so unpredictable. To hear that you guys really put an emphasis on consistent pricing is just incredible. You know, we just have had no idea what anything costs when we started projects over the last 2 years. So that's really great. You know, you mentioned one of the, especially in hot markets, land being one of the primary bottlenecks. Have you ever looked into things in the future of kind of stackable type units where you could build up in addition to just kind of smaller units?
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And that, yeah, great question. And the answer is absolutely yes. You know, it's funny, in my brain, it's a lot of how the building functions and, you know, the mechanics of how it's placed and who it's sold to and all of that sort of thing. When it comes to the, you know, the actual configuration, whether it's a single family detached house or a 5-unit townhouse or a multi-story, you know, we're pretty agnostic and you can definitely build a lot of different things. We've focused on the single family home just because that's the shortest path between A and B of starting a factory and, you know, being able to sell houses to people who already have land. And in most cases, people have the financing. If they're looking at an ADU, they have a lot of equity in the property right now, that sort of thing. So that's why we have our sort of detached models, but certainly the configuration where you can take, you know, an alder and stack it on top of a tamarack or, you know, 2 alders on top of one another. That makes a ton of sense. And really, you know, when you look at the United States landscape of prefabrication, actually a lot of the modular building does go into either commercial or multifamily. So yeah, it's something where, you know, that's a likely future for us. It's also it's kind of a stepwise increase in logistics and architecture and engineering fees. So as our R&D budget hopefully continues to grow, that's somewhere where we can move.
That sounds great. And absolutely, it's more of kind of a roadmap thing, but just thinking in terms of, you know, especially wanting to serve these, you know, as you mentioned in the first slide, so key, being where people and businesses want to be. And sometimes that land is tough. It's a premium product. And so getting the most out of it, I think, will be key in the future. But thanks again for showing us something definitely new. We love it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sam. Thank you for closing out our summit today. We really appreciate it. And yeah. Yeah.
Thanks for having me. Let me, you know, get rid of our
nice
small ADUs there. Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Great. Well, that concludes our summit today. Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking with us all day today. We've had just excellent attendance, and I'm just so inspired and encouraged by all the voices that we've heard today. It's really exciting. I'm so glad we had this summit in January to really inspire us moving forward throughout the year. So unless anyone has any other closing comments, we can conclude the session. All right, well, I think that does it. If you'd like a copy, we will send a recording out to everyone's email. And again, just thank you so much. Keep doing good work, and we'll probably see you all down the road.